All right, Eric or someone from my team, I'll just ask you to let me know when we are live on YouTube. Okay, looks like that is working. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Governor's Pardon Advisory Board hearing for the month of October. My name is Mel Barnes. I'm Chief Legal Counsel to the Governor and the chair of this board. I'm going to start with some housekeeping items. I'm going to introduce my fellow board members, and then we will go ahead and get started hearing from applicants very shortly here. So first, just starting with some housekeeping, today's hearing is being live streamed via Wisconsin Eye and YouTube. So please bear that in mind. We will ask everyone to mute themselves and turn their video off until it is your turn to be heard by the board. That will allow us to focus on the person who is presenting and make sure we have good audio and video quality. If you do have any issues with your tech or with the Zoom, don't worry. Someone from my team will reach out and help you troubleshoot that. If we need to come back to you because your video or your audio isn't working when it's your turn, we can do that. Otherwise, we'll call folks up in the order listed on the agenda and the open meetings notice. Each applicant will have about 5 minutes total with the board. So we'll ask you to spend the first 3 of those minutes addressing the questions that were sent to you in advance, and then the last 2 minutes of that 5 answering any questions that the board might have for you. Don't read into it too much if you do or do not get questions. Sometimes things are covered by your application materials and your presentation today. But if there are questions that the board has, we want to make sure we get to those so everyone has the information needed to make a thorough recommendation to the governor. As a reminder, the 3 questions that you were sent in advance of the hearing that we'll ask you to spend those first 3 minutes speaking to are first to provide us with a brief summary of your offenses and how your sentence went, what you're seeking a pardon for today. We're not here to retry the crime or anything like that. You don't need to downplay your role. We just want to hear what happened in your own words. Second, what you've done since the completion of your sentence, including any community involvement or employment. In short, how your life is different now than it was at the time of these offenses. And then finally, third, why you're seeking a pardon and why the governor should grant you one. Again, we may or may not have questions for you once you finish that 3-minute summary, and we will call on folks and just try to make sure the board has all the information that they need before we let you go for the day. Once we're done with questions, however, you are welcome to sign off the Zoom. You do not need to hang out with us. We will be following up with you after the conclusion of today's hearing to let you know the outcome. So once all the applications have been heard for the day, the board will move into closed session and decide whether or not to recommend your application to the governor for a pardon. You need a majority support of board members that are present in order for your application to be sent to the governor. He will make the final decision, obviously, whether to grant or reject your application for a pardon. And then either way, you'll hear from our office about a month and a half from today about the outcome of today's hearing. So again, I know that you've already been very patient waiting just to get to the hearing, but I want to be clear, you will not get an answer today. You will get follow-up from us later after the governor has had a chance to review our recommendations. So we will call folks up one by one, just as soon as I have introduced the board members today, who will be hearing from all of you. So board members that we have with us on the Zoom today include Myrna Warrington, who is the Director of Vocational Rehabilitation on the Menominee Indian Reservation. She is a U.S. Army veteran and has been a member of the Menominee Tribal Legislature for over 15 years. We have board member Noble Ray, who served as the Madison Police Department, with the Madison Police Department for almost 28 years, including as Chief of Police from 2004 to 2013. He led the U.S. Justice Department's policing practices and accountability initiative, and currently provides racial bias training for law enforcement agencies around the world. We have board member Nadia Perez-Reyes, who is the Assistant Secretary for the Department of Children and Families. She previously worked as a state public defender and as an attorney for Legal Action of Wisconsin. We have board member Cindy O'Donnell, who served as the Deputy Secretary for the Department of Corrections under Governors Thompson, McCallum, and Doyle. She also served as a division administrator under Attorneys General Lautenschlager and Van Hollen. And finally, we have board member Judge Jeffrey Kremers, who is Attorney General Josh Call's nominee to this board. Judge Kremers served as the Milwaukee County Circuit Court judge for 26 years, including serving as chief judge for 7 of those years before retiring in 2018. So those are our board members today. We're ready to get started hearing from applicants. And first up this morning, we have Perry Staples. Mr. Staples, if you're ready to unmute, we'll turn it over to you.
Good morning, ladies. Thank you for your time. My name is Perry Staples. I'm 60 years old and an enrolled member at St. Croix Chippewa Indians of Wisconsin. In 1996, I was arrested for felony in possession of a firearm, stemming from a felony status I earned from a burglary in the early 1980s when I was 20 years old. I spent a few weeks in jail and was sentenced for 3 years probation, which I completed successfully. In 2005, I was pulled over for driving under influence on a 5+ time. I was sentenced in 2006 and spent 18 months in prison, followed by 5 years of parole. I completed my full sentence after being awarded early release after 3 years of parole due to outstanding citizenship by Honorable Judge Babbitt. I completed drug court in 2010 and have served on the drug court board for the last 2 years. I have been the president of the Alamo Club of the New Beginnings in Siren, Wisconsin for the past 14 years. In order for my pardon advisory board to truly understand my charges, I asked the board to understand that these arrests and convictions came from a place of deep addiction. I have been sober for the last 16 years. During that time, I became a certified peer recovery specialist for the St. Croix Chippewa Indians of Wisconsin, working on our tribal health clinic under the Building Communities Recovery Grant. I have kept constant employment with my tribe and also building handicap ramps for tribal elders in my spare time through my construction business, Two Feathers Construction. I dedicate both my professional and personal life to sobriety and helping others. I currently work with dozens of tribal members to seek a substantial in sobriety as I have done in my own life. I visit inmates in Washburn County once a month on Tuesdays, helping them set up the programs in and out of jail when they are released. I am currently setting up new program system for the recently expanded Burnett County Jail. I am married with 9 children and I am married with 6 children and have 9 grandchildren. I've been recently chosen the member of the Big Drum, which is the highest honor in our tribe. My future goal includes running for my local school board, which I am unable to do at this time because of my pardon. My status also keeps me from exercising the fully treaty rights to hunt with my grandchildren while on ceded territories. I believe I met all of the recommendations for the pardon and welcome any questions from the board.
Thank you, Mr. Staples. Questions from the board? Judge Kremers.
Good morning, sir. So you kind of skipped over it, and I appreciate people are nervous, but it's, as I understand it, you're asking for a pardon for the burglary that you from the 1980, correct?
Correct. That one, when I went back to the Burnett County to figure that out, they couldn't find the paperwork on that, Your Honor, because of the fact it's been over 20 years. Yeah. But I do have the felony on the driving and then the possession of the firearm.
Right. So, but the burglary is on your record, so you are asking for a pardon for that one. And then, with respect to the driving under the influence, you actually had 2 felony drunk drivings, one in 2005 and one in 2006, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. It looks like you had a domestic violence charge in 2004 that you were allowed to, they amended it to a non-criminal disorderly conduct. Do you remember that one?
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
What happened there?
It was an argument with me and my second wife I had, which I no longer, I'm divorced from her.
And in 2000, you were convicted of a misdemeanor battery. Was that domestic violence related as well?
I don't believe so, Your Honor.
Who was the victim in that battery?
I can't recall on that right at this point.
Okay. That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Other questions, Mr. Staples? Cindy?
Good morning, Mr. Staples. As you know, the judge and the DA in each of these counties has an opportunity to weigh in on the application for the pardon, and the governor makes obviously the last final decision on this. So in the Burnett County, the judge strongly supports your application for the pardon, and in Washburn County, the judge opposes it, but the DA supports it. Do you have any comment on those responses?
The judge in Burnett County, I serve on the board with her. I've been helping all the clients in and out of her court system. And then the one in Washburn, I've been working with the DA because I have a lot of clients in Washburn, so we kind of work together with him.
So is it your sense that the closer people get to work with you and know you, the more they understand your journey?
Correct.
Fair enough. Okay. Thank you. Well, one more thing. You also have some very impressive letters of support from the Burnett County Sheriff, the Chief of the Tribal PD, the jail administrator. Again, are those all folks that you've had a close working relationship with?
Yes, and today I still do. I work with them very closely with my clients. Yes.
Okay. I mean, it's kind of unusual, I'll be honest with you, for us to see someone with a criminal record that ranges from age 18 to age 44. That's a long journey you had. Usually we see people, they commit things in youthful and then they sort of turn their lives around in the 20s, but your activity really continued for decades. What would you comment on that?
I became a parent. I had 5 children, and the 6th one is because I mentioned that was with my latest wife, the 3rd wife. She had an oldest daughter, so that was my 6th child. But then the last time I went to prison, I had I was taking care of the 2 babies, my daughter and my son, and I think that had a lot to do with my change of my lifestyle. And after I went to prison, things started changing from there. As far as I picked up the Bible and read that a couple of times, and then made a promise to myself as well as our good Lord himself that I would be changing my lifestyle and come home and take care of my babies. So I had to leave them there for 18 months with their mom, and that was like the wrong thing to do.
Yeah. Okay. Well, congratulations on your sobriety for 13 or 14 years now. So
16.
16. I'm sorry. These applications, sometimes we get information and it's you've waited a while to see us. So congratulations on 16 years. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Staples? No? All right. Thank you very much for your time today, Mr. Staples. Appreciate you sharing your story with us, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your morning.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, our next applicant is Mary Sanford. Ms. Sanford, I believe I saw you in the Zoom. Ms. Sanford, I can see your box, but we can't see or hear you yet.
Can you hear me?
Can hear you now. Are you able to turn your video on?
I'm trying.
Okay.
Okay. I've been having trouble with my camera. Okay, I can see you guys real good.
Okay, we can't see you. We do see your iPhone. I see you got a.
Yeah, I'm trying to because it won't come on my computer.
We'll go ahead. We'll prompt you to turn your video on and see if you get a pop-up that lets you do it.
Okay. It says cannot detect my camera.
Okay. Well, if we can't get working, we can just go ahead and proceed with just audio if that's all right with you.
Yes, that's fine. That's fine. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Why don't you go ahead then?
Okay. My name is Mary Ann Sanford. I'm 72 years old. 72 years young. I have 2 sons. I have.
You ask her to maybe turn off her computer because she's got both on, and I think that's.
Okay, you want me to turn my computer off?
We muted your computer, yeah, but we are still getting an echo. So if you could maybe turn it all the way off, that might help.
Okay. That better?
I think so, yes.
Okay. I have 18 grandchildren and 14 great-grandchildren. My journey with the legal system began in 2006, I believe. I was with a male, and I would do anything for this man. He was under the influence of substance use, so anything he told me to do, I would do. And what happened was I lost my job. I used to work for the Department of Motor Vehicles for 18 and a half years. I lost my position there, so I turned to be a school bus driver. So I had found a key for gasoline to fill up my car, and he found out that I had the key, and he owed someone some money. So I agreed under pressure to allow this person to go with me to get gas for his car. It was this in Mequon, and this was in April 30th, I believe, of 2006. I'm a little nervous because I have never had a police record. I've never been in trouble before, but this happened. Someone called the Mequon Police Department, and they came, and I panicked and I took off. So I got charged with a felony of fleeing, obstruction, reckless endangerment. They didn't charge me with theft because we didn't take anything. I was sentenced to 6 months in the Washington County Jail, which I served. I was placed on probation for 4 years, which I completed. They also gave me a ticket for open alcohol. I don't drink. That was his beer that was in the car, but I got a ticket for it because it was my vehicle. The relationship that I was in was abusive. I never told anybody. I didn't want anybody to know. I know my mom I had 3 sisters. 2 of them were living. I had nieces and nephews, and I disappointed everybody in my family, including myself, because I knew I wasn't raised like that. So I took my punishment. I went to jail. I served my time. I came out. I started working in the community. I went to school for a substance abuse counselor. I completed that. I went back for my master's degree. I got my master's degree in mental health counseling. I have been employed as an independent contractor at Access Recovery Mental Health Services for about 9 years doing that. I also am actively involved in my church, the Temple of Judah Church of God in Christ. I counsel and talk to young people. I mentor children, I mentor teenagers, I mentor adults who have gone through what I've gone through, but who have also been in abusive and addictive relationships. I'm still learning. I'm still trying to better myself. I haven't gotten in any more trouble, and it's been over 20-something years. I've paid my debt. I believe I've paid my debt, but I still continue to pay for it because I know what I did was wrong. I can't blame anybody but myself because I could have made a better choice if I had Sam Thomas Robert, which means stop, think, and react accordingly. And if I had followed what I preached, I wouldn't have been in that situation. I'm sorry, I'm in my office. I'm just gonna let that ring.
That's okay, Ms. Sanford. Is there anything else you'd like to add? Otherwise, I think the board has some questions for you.
Okay, I made to realize that the horrible time in my life, I only seek to live and provide positive needs to society, as well as to have the respect and trust of my family again. I've learned through all the confusion, the disgrace, that when we say we are sorry for our actions, it's not enough. You have to actually change, and I have done just that. Let me just finish my little statement and I'll let you guys take over. Being a person of age, I know I need to set an example for young people, and that's what I'm trying to do. My family fully supports me. I've gained their trust and their respect back, and I've gained the trust and respect of myself back. I do believe I deserve a pardon because I've done all the hard work, and this is the only thing that is keeping me from moving forward. I want to leave a clean slate when I leave here. I don't want a convicted felon on my name when I pass away. So that's it.
Thank you, Ms. Sanford. Questions from the board? Cindy?
Good morning, Ms. Sanford.
Good morning.
As part of the application process, letters of recommendation are strongly encouraged, and you did not submit any letters of support. Can you tell us why not?
Pride, embarrassment. Even though I have the support of my pastor, I have the support of my family, I have the support of my co-workers, I'm still living under that umbrella of shame. I can submit letters of positivity, but when I guess I can commit letters of recommendation. People tell me that I'm a good person, that I've got a good heart. I don't know. When I submitted my application, that was like 2 years ago. So I was just trying to get everything together to get it up there. So I might have missed not included them at that time. But if I needed to get them, I probably could get them. And I just need to just swallow my pride and say, hey, you guys know, y'all might not know this, but Miss Mary is a convicted felon. And Miss Mary needs you to say this about Miss Mary so Miss Mary can get a pardon. But I don't know. It's just shame.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, the letters, people out there that want to do that, but now, like I said, it's just, I got myself in this situation.
Okay, I appreciate that answer. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Other questions for Ms. Sanford? All right, I think that covers it, Ms. Sanford. Thank you very much for your time with us this morning, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
You too, be blessed, stay safe.
Thank you.
Bye.
All right, I am recusing myself from our next applicant, so I'm going to turn it over to Judge Kremers to briefly share this, and I will be off video, but back shortly.
All right, our next applicant is Matthew Lanta. So, Mr. Lanta, the floor is yours. We'll hear from you in response to the questions that were sent to you.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm asking for a pardon today for a crime I committed nearly 30 years ago. I was involved with a group of individuals in robbing and battering a pizza delivery driver. I was subsequently sentenced and served a 12-year prison sentence for my role in that crime. The sentence was difficult. It was a shock to me, but I tried to take advantage of that time to be introspective, to learn why I put myself in that position and how I could better myself to never be in that position again. I engaged in a number of programs and education and tried to do the best I could for myself and my family at that time while I was incarcerated. Since incarceration, I unfortunately have also been convicted of a domestic disorderly conduct from a 2006 event. I was in a very difficult relationship that ended very poorly. I've since continued to work on that. I received a term of probation, which I successfully completed. undergone additional counseling. Since those events and since being in the community, I have increased my education. I received an associate's degree, a bachelor's degree, double majoring in political science and philosophy with a focus on ethics. I then attended UW-Madison Law School, was admitted to the bar, and I've served as an attorney for almost the last 10 years. I've worked at the public defender's office and as an assistant district attorney. I have been fortunate enough to work with a number of great attorneys and judges who have submitted a number of different letters on my behalf, outlining how they know me. I've worked not advertising my background, but worked to just earn merit as an attorney without my background. I think some of the letters reflect that. I'm asking for a pardon for a number of different reasons. One, to show the public, my family, and others that through hard work and dedication, you can redeem yourself no matter how egregious your offense may have been. That you can continue to work and move forward, you can give back to the community, and that the justice system can be fair. It can be fair on the front end, it can mete out punishment, it can mete out mercy. The governor has the ability to grant forgiveness when people earn it, and I've been working since my conviction to earn that forgiveness. I work to give back to the community in a number of different ways that are outlined in my application. I don't think I could go through that all in a couple minutes here. I'm trying to summarize as best I can. Some of the reasons that I'm asking for the pardon professionally is I hope at some point to be considered for public office in different capacities. I've been asked by a number of peers to do so. I've had opportunities, but being a convicted felon in the state of Wisconsin, that is not an option that's allowed under the law. For family reasons, it's incredibly embarrassing and shameful. It's a weight people carry when you want to participate in your child's events and you have to go through a background check. I participated as a coach through mock trial for a Beloit Turner High School where I had to have a meeting with the superintendent and explain myself and why I should be allowed to help, despite having gone through rigorous background checks and character and fitness applications and law school applications and the like, which are very, very in-depth. For any attorneys here, they know how in-depth that process is. I think being able to be involved in my kids' lives is very important to me on a personal level, but also to be able to explain to them and show them when they're able to understand more how my life trajectory has gone and where I'm at now, and hopefully they have a better understanding of the world through that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any questions from the board? Cindy?
Good morning, Mr. Lanta. You have, as you know, the judge and the DA are contacted for their input. Obviously, Governor Evers makes the final decision. But in this case, the judge and the DA both support your application for the pardon, as well as does the current Greene County DA and the current and former state public defenders. So you have quite a bit of support. Can you comment on what those letters of support mean to you?
I was reviewing them. I was reviewing them again last night, and frankly, it brings me to tears when I read them and the kind words that everybody's had to say about me. I have, since this application, I've left the district attorney's office and I've returned to the public defender's office. I still have contact with the Greene County district attorney, my former boss. I worked it for about 3 years, but I continued to live in Rock County. His words of encouragement, his view of the case as another prosecutor taking a look at all the materials and going through it, being willing to support me when he absolutely did not have to, means a lot to me. the former state public defender, as well as who is the current state public defender, both have supported me. They've seen me as an attorney. They've worked with me firsthand. They know me professionally and personally. That level of support certainly is very heartfelt to me. It means the world to me. When people write letters of recommendation, they put their own personal reputation on the line, and that they're willing to do so. I'm incredibly grateful.
When did you return to the public defender's office?
In the end of June of this year.
Okay. You happy with that change?
I am. I was commuting over an hour a day to Greene County. My kids are getting older, more involved in school, and it's difficult to be present when you're commuting a lot.
Yeah, it's nice to get 2 hours of your day back every day.
It
I'm
is.
sure. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the board? I have one, Mr. Lanta. With respect to your 2006 domestic violence situation, can you tell me what you did? What kind of counseling you took part in to address that situation?
Yes. Part of that situation, I attended a domestic violence anger management program. I completed that during the term of probation. After that, I continued to attend individual counseling and therapy to better understand how to process those types of emotions. That was my first real adult relationship. Even though I was in my mid-20s, I'd spent most of my early 20s incarcerated.
How long was the domestic violence counseling program? How many weeks?
I do not recall exactly at this time. I want to say it was 2 or 3 months, but I don't recall.
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you, Mr. Lanta. And
I have a question.
Oh, sorry, Mira.
So, did you make amends with your victims?
I have not spoken with TN, the victim in the original case. Typically, I work as an attorney, it's not appropriate for a defendant to reach out to victims. So I have not made an attempt to do that. The victim in the domestic violence case actually reached out to me probably about 4 months ago, and I haven't spoken to her in over a decade. She was able to find me through a friend of a friend and called me at my work and wanted to talk to me. And we had a brief conversation. But other than that, I hadn't reached out. No.
Thank you.
Mira and Mr. Lanta, maybe you didn't see it, but in the letter from I think it was the district attorney's office, they did talk to the victim, TN, from the first, from the armed robbery, and that victim indicated that they had been to most of the court proceedings. They felt you were the least involved of all of the defendants, and that they were not opposed to a pardon on your behalf. So I don't know if you saw that in the materials, but that is the record. So, okay. Thank you, Mr. Lanta. You're free to go about your business, and I will turn the control of the meeting back over to Mel Barnes.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Our next applicant is Ryan Berry. Mr. Berry, we're ready to hear from you.
Uh-oh, saying I can't start the video. Can you hear me?
Yeah, and we can now see you. Great.
Oh, fantastic. Sorry about that. Thank you, Mrs. Barnes. Good morning, everyone. My name is Ryan Berry. First and foremost, I want to thank each and every one of you for taking the time to review my application and for considering the fact that I am, without a doubt, fully rehabilitated and changed citizen of my community. In 2005, when I was 16 years old, I made the worst mistake in my life. I got into a physical altercation with a boy that was 17, and in the process of the altercation, my friends robbed the boy. Although I assaulted the boy, I had no part in the robbery, but I was charged with party to a crime, which in the result in the end ended with a felony child abuse charge. 15 days later, I turned 17 years old and they charged me as an adult. They explained to me that, that I could face 40 years in prison. From that point on, I felt like my life was over and I had nothing else to lose, which caused me to continue to hang out with the wrong crowd. I continued to get into trouble, which caused me to get a felony bail jumping charge. I ended up serving 90 days in jail and completed 75 hours of community service, and I was sentenced to 3 years probation, which I completed in 2010 without any issues. I have not been in any trouble since my last offense in 2007. Since then, I have maintained full-time employment. My wife and I just celebrated our 16th wedding anniversary in July, and I have 4 children ranging from the ages of 9 to 18 years old. While we were living in Racine, Wisconsin, I directed the food pantry at our local church and was on the deacon board. We later moved to Wauwatosa, Wisconsin, and I was invited to take a leadership Menominee Falls program through the Chamber of Commerce. Through this class, I learned how to become a better leader. We also threw an appreciation benefit for the Brookfield Police Department. In 2020, during the pandemic, while I was the production superintendent at Wisconsin Home Improvement, on behalf of Wisconsin Home Improvement and myself, we donated 1,100 N95 masks to the Wauwatosa Police Department, being that they were on the front lines of the pandemic. That same year, my wife's disabled younger sister passed away, and we moved to McDonough, Georgia, to be closer to her family here in Georgia while they grieved through that terrible time. Immediately, we joined our local church, where I currently serve on the security team and the VBS team at Glen Haven Baptist Church. I am currently employed at the City of Stockbridge Water Department and have been since 2021. Since I have been employed there, I have achieved my water distribution license as well as my Class 3 water treatment license through the Georgia Secretary of State, with the intention of furthering my education in the water industry in the upcoming years. As of September 18th, 2024, 2 others and myself have started an LLC to the Georgia Secretary of State, focusing on landscaping in the construction fields. With all this taken into consideration, I fully understand the consequences of my actions, and I am fully aware of the pain and trouble that this has caused the victims, their family, the community, my family, and myself. I am deeply sorry for my actions I have caused and have since apologized to the victims and their families. I am requesting a pardon because I know I am no longer the same person and bear no resemblance to the person I once was. Although I have received some licensing through the Georgia Secretary of State, it has not come without great struggle due to my record. It has taken months and months of going back and forth, contacting the Racine County Clerk of Courts for certain documents for the examiner boards that they needed. And it will continue to be a struggle with each additional license that I get, which could result in my completed class tests that I have passed, could no longer be accepted if it takes longer than the test results are good for. So all my hard work, taking the class, passing the test, could be for nothing. Being a felon is a huge blemish on my record and resume and could potentially disqualify me for future management promotions. I feel I deserve a pardon because I am and will continue to be a productive member of my community, and I am raising my children to do the same. Thank you all so much for taking the time to consider my application. I've spent the past almost 20 years regretting my actions and working hard towards being a better person and trying to give my family a good life. This pardon would be such a blessing and an answer to a lot of prayers. Thank you again for your consideration. It means a great deal to me and my family, and I humbly request forgiveness from the board. Please feel free to ask me any questions you might have. Thank you, and I apologize if I took a little longer than my time.
Thank you, Mr. Berry. I appreciate it. I just want to clarify one thing. You were 16 when you committed the first crime, the fight
Yes,
with
ma'am.
another teenager, and then you were charged as an adult because you turned 17 shortly thereafter.
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
And the victim in that crime was also a teenager, was older than you at the time. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am, that is correct.
Thank you. Other questions from the board? Cindy.
Good morning, Mr. Berry. You mentioned that you've apologized to the victim and the families. How did that come about and when?
Oh, okay, so thank you, Mr. O'Donnell, for the question. When I apologized was at the end of my sentencing. I apologized before I was sentenced.
Okay.
I would imagine it didn't go over too well. I mean, I didn't get a chance to physically, face to face. They were there in the courtroom. I didn't want to turn around and look at them, but I did apologize to each and every one of them. Other than that, I have not tried to reach out anything more than that, out of fears of just let bygones be bygones. Just it's over. Let's
Yep.
all try to move on from there.
Well, and frequently people are told not to contact victims. I was just curious if you went through some formal mediation process or something, but you did at the time of sentencing. Fair enough. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am, Ms. O'Donnell. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Berry? No, all right. Thank you very much, Mr. Berry. Appreciate your time today, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your morning.
Thank you, Mrs. Barnes. Thank you to each and every one of you again. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next applicant is Nikki Reed, who I believe I saw on the Zoom. Mr. Reed. Mr. Reed, okay, I can see you coming off mute, but we can't see your video yet.
Can you see me now?
Yes, we can. Perfect. We'll go ahead and turn it over to you, Mr. Reed.
Okay, I have you on my laptop and on my phone because I didn't want any.
I see that. So far, no echo, so it seems like it's working all right.
Sounds good. Close the computer. Good morning. Good morning. Let's see. Can you hear me?
We can. If you could just speak up a little bit, you're a little quiet.
So my name is Nikki Reed. I'm 52 years old. My conviction was being in possession of a short barrel weapon. Now, at the time, I make no excuses for my ignorance in the law concerning altering firearms. For my conviction, I was advised by my public defender to take a plea deal. I took a plea deal of 2 years probation and a month of electronic monitoring. During my probation, I gained employment by St. Vincent de Paul. It's a rehab center for drug addicted people, and it gave me a firsthand chance to see how people that was dealing with drugs lived and the problems that they was going through and stuff like that. And I worked that job for 3 years until the actual facility ended up closing down. After I departed that job, I ended up working at Miller Brewery, and I worked at Miller Brewery for 3 years, and I decided that I wanted to do better for myself. So after I left Miller Brewery, I went back to school. I went to MATC, and I got me a cosmetology and barbering license, and I was at MATC for 2 years, because after I got my practitioner's license, I stayed and got my my manager's license. Since then, I've ran my own business. I've been self-employed for probably, I want to say 25, 27 years as a business owner, positive in the community. We do food drives, and we give away toys for the kids around Christmas time. Thanksgiving, we give away dinners, back to school programs. Just this last year, for back to school, we invited the Milwaukee police to come to the shop and the Milwaukee Fire Department to come to the shop, and we did face painting and stuff like that. So these are the kind of things that we do on a yearly basis at my business. As far as law enforcement, I've never really been one to be in trouble with the law or anything like that. My conviction was 30 years ago. And I don't have any, I mean, even that conviction was like a victimless crime. It was just that one of my friends were outside with the gun. When the police came, one of the police came in the house and he just pointed at me and said, "That's him right there." And it really wasn't me, but my public defender told me to take the plea. So me and my ignorance, I took the plea. Actually, I'm asking for a pardon because, as you can see, it's been over 30 years. I don't have any trouble with the law or anything like that, or being in society as a good part of the community. And that's pretty much my story.
Thank you,
I
Mr.
do want people, I'm sorry, I do want people to know that there is vindication for people like that's been in trouble, as long as this is not how you live and stuff like that, that you can get it off if you do your due diligence. And that's pretty much it.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. Questions from the board for Mr. Reed? Cindy.
Good morning, Mr. Reed. As part of the application process, applicants are encouraged to submit letters of recommendation for their pardon, and you did not submit any letters of support. Can you tell us why not?
There was no real reason why I didn't. I just wanted to show that my life story has its own merit, and I mean, even though there's a lot of people in the community I could have reached out to, I just wanted my life story to show its own merit and just let people know that I did it and I got here.
Okay. Also, the Milwaukee County District Attorney's Office, the person who reviewed your application for a pardon, supports the application. Now, as I mentioned, Governor Evers will obviously make the final decision on that, but do you have any comment on the District Attorney's Office support?
No, I actually I thank everybody that just took the time to consider it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. Any other questions from the board? All right, I think that covers it. Thank you very much for your time this morning, Mr. Reed, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you. Our next applicant is Victoria Bertrand. It's Bertrand. Don't know that I've seen her in the Zoom unless she's one of the phones.
Hello, my name is Victoria Bertrand. I thank you for giving me the opportunity to be able to apply for this pardon. I am 34 years of age. I'm born and raised in Milwaukee. I am a college graduate from Carlos Stritch with a Bachelor's of Science in Health Human Services Management. I'm currently working in social services as of right now and the past 4 years. My conviction was possession with intent to deliver, distribute, controlled substance on and near a jail, possession of THC. So at the time I was dealing with someone in a relationship, and I was going through a rough patch. So I had a death in the family, so I really wasn't in the right place at that time. And money was kind of tight at the time. So the person that I was dealing with came up with the plan or something like that. And and then I ended up bringing some marijuana on to the site. At the time, when I did, I was read my Miranda rights, and they asked me some questions or whatnot of what was going on, and then they allowed me to go home and continue with all of my court dates from there. So I did 30 days of jail time. I had 4-year probation. I completed that in 2, so I completed it in half of the time. I did do some community service. I did 40 hours of that. And I also did AODA assessment and completed that as well. And I also was granted an expunction. So with my situation a little different, because when I applied for this pardon, I already had an expunction already. And then I got that expunction in 2018. I didn't know anything about applying for a pardon until after the fact. So when I did the application, I had a little bit of a hard time because my case or anything was not coming up because of that expunction. So I had to, had a hard time with sending things back and forth trying to get the application approved. Since then, I haven't had any contact with the person that was involved. I obtained employment. I've been employed ever since I completed the probation. So I've worked at a hospital as a housekeeper. I worked at a factory doing sanitation. I worked at Wisconsin Community Services as a case manager. I worked at Dynamic Workforce as a case manager. I'm currently right now is actually transitioning jobs. So I did get an offer with Milwaukee County as a APS worker, human services. So I am going through that transition currently. So I want this pardon so I could be able to continue my career in social work and be able to continue obtain employment opportunities. So I do want to advance my career. And I do want to get licensed through the state of Wisconsin, but because of this conviction, I know that would be kind of difficult for me to be able to get licensed and be able to work. I do want to eventually work at a federal level. So I just want to continue my career and just advance that. I do understand that over the time I have done my due diligence and was able to redeem myself, especially with completing all of the conditions of my sentence and also obtaining employment and keeping that employment for all of this time.
Thank you, Ms. Bertrand. Before I open up for other questions from the board, I have one for you. One of the things that you stated in your application, in addition to the career opportunities and licensing advancement that you mentioned, is you were seeking a pardon for the restoration of civil rights. And that's a broad category, but we frequently get applications from folks who are seeking a pardon in order to be able to vote. And we try to use these hearings as a public education tool to let folks know that in Wisconsin, if you've completed your sentence, including your probation or parole and you're off paper, you are generally eligible to vote in the state. So my question for you is, are you aware that you're able to vote?
Yes.
Great, excellent. I'm really glad to hear that. And hopefully we can continue to get that information out. So with that, other questions from the board for Ms. Bertrand? Cindy.
Good morning, Ms. Bertrand. A couple of questions. Where do you work now? I couldn't understand that.
So I just ended my job with Dynamic Workforce Solutions as a career planner. So it's a training and education agency. So they basically pay for people to go and get credentials such as like CNA, CDL, those kind of things. So we basically do a non-paid training. So we help low people who meet our income requirements to be able to get the training for us to pay. I just quit this month and I got an offer with Milwaukee County as an APS worker. So I'm actually in transition.
So you have a job offer, but not a job right now.
I have a job. Yeah, I have a job offer. So I just put in my last. I just put my 3 weeks in. So I'm supposed to start with Milwaukee County on Monday.
Okay, and what are you going to do? Where are you going to work in Milwaukee County? Doing what?
Adult Protective Services, human service worker.
Okay. You attempted, the crime you were convicted of was attempting to bring THC in balloons into inmate at the Fox Lake Correctional Institution, right?
Correct.
And when you were stopped at the gate because they had reason to believe you were bringing in the drugs, you told them at the time that that was the 4th time you were attempting to bring in drugs. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And in your application, you said, I now know how my actions put others in danger. Can you, I was glad to read that you had a sense of, you know, the ripple of this offense. Can you speak to that a little bit more?
So I know that what I've done has, you know, affected, you know, others as far as myself, my family, you know, my peers, you know, me putting myself in the situation that I was actually in. So I do know that affect others, especially because of the nature of the crime, you know, others, you know, your view of you. And like when I applied for a lot of jobs, you know, I was turned away because of the nature of the crime. So I understand that because of me committing this crime, it definitely, you know, turned a lot of people away, and a lot of people didn't really want to have any kind of dealings with me in general.
But also, do you understand introducing drugs into a correctional facility, how that puts the people who live there and the people who work there in significant danger?
Yes.
Okay. As part of my last question, as part of the application process, applicants are encouraged to submit letters of recommendation, and you did not submit any letters of support for your application. Can you tell us why not?
When I did this application and I did ask for letter of recommendations, I got some negative feedback, and it was a little bit embarrassing to explain, you know, why I needed it and all of that stuff. So, and then I also had a hard time with getting it approved because of my case not being able to be pulled up in the system. So it was a lot of back and forth with that. So I was really working really hard trying to just get the application in to be able to get it accepted. So that, yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Ms. Bertrand? Noble?
Yes, Ms. Bertrand, this is a question. I noticed in your interview, you indicated that you did have your records expunged as a result.
Yes.
Have you realized any benefit in terms of having your records expunged?
Oh, yes. The benefits I've noticed since I had my record expunged was I had a lot more, you know, especially with jobs, it was easier for me to obtain a job versus when I didn't have that expungement. You know, being able to just keep the job, you know, and that kind of stuff. So I definitely saw a difference. And so yes, I have.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the board? All right, thank you very much for your time this morning, Ms. Bertrand. Wishing you a good rest of your Friday, and thank you for sharing with us.
Thank you.
Our next applicant is Ouija Hartfield, who I believe I saw. Ms. Hartfield, we're ready to turn it over to you.
Hello?
We can hear you.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can't see you. I don't know if you're still working on your video. Ah, there we are.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Ouija Hartfield. I'm 44 years old. I graduated from Marion College in 2003 with a bachelor degree in criminal justice in Fond du Lac, Wisconsin. 2004, I met a couple of friends after I graduated that I thought was gonna be some good friends towards me. Over the past year, we had did a lot of good things together, and I think they was on the right track that I was on after I graduated from high school. At the time, as time go past, that's when my downfall begins. So I was young, gullible, and at the time I feel like anybody could have sold me a home on a quicksand. The young ladies that I thought was my friends and they wasn't. So one of them stole the purse containing the checkbook that they convinced me to sign the person's name so that I can so they can get cash. Since it wasn't my own name I was signing, the young ladies told me that we wouldn't get caught. I knew it was wrong, but didn't want to lose them as a friend. So I just did as they instructed me to do. I also drove them around to cash the checks because they told me they would give me gas money. In my heart, I was nervous and knew that I was doing wrong. But when you are gullible and looking to oppress people, sometimes you do stupid things. And this was one of the times. Since my conviction in 2009, I completed my probation, paid all my court fees. Just a minute, a little nervous first time. Okay. Okay. Since my conviction, I have currently accomplished a lot of things and I'm proud of myself. I have not had any negative police contact since I completed my sentence. I had gained fully employment even before I finished my probation. I'm working towards getting my first home in a couple of months. I have no evictions. I have 3 cars paid in full. I have a current credit score. One is like 7, the other one's like 680, the other 2 is 685. I currently help my neighborhood do cleanups all summer long and help the lady down the street pass out food to the homeless. And we have and I'm the captain of the neighborhood watch program where in my neighborhood during the in my neighborhood, excuse me. The reason I'm seeking a pardon is due to me reaching my goals of establishing and running a licensed security and private investigation firm. Since I am a current felon, I would like to attain my firearm as this part of my business plan. Once I'm able to attain this I will be able to hire other employees that are able to legally carry a firearm. That's about it.
Great, thank you, Ms. Hartfield. Questions from the board? Cindy.
Yeah. Good morning, Ms. Hartfield.
Good morning.
You may have heard me ask the other previous applicants this, but you did not submit any letters of support for your application.
I might have thought I did because I was trying to get all the paperwork towards them because I had did to begin. The first time they say never received it, and I know I sent everything in. So the second time, I was rushing to get everything else to hurry up and get through because I know it was a long time to wait to even get considered an interview or anything with this going on. So I have recommendations. My cousin's here. She's been helping me through this whole thing and with everything that goes on.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your patience too.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Ms. Hartfield? No, all right, I think that covers it. Thank you so much for your time this morning and enjoy the rest of your Friday.
Thank you, you too all.
Thank you. Our next applicant is Nathaniel Kingsby. Mr. Kingsby, we are ready to hear from you. Mr. Kingsby, if you're speaking, we can't hear you. Still no. Try unmuting one more time for me. How about now?
Can you hear me?
Yes, perfect. All right, we'll turn it over to you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Nathaniel Kingsby. The crime was aid and abet a felon. My cousin asked me to take him to the store, and I had no knowledge of what he was about to do. So he robbed the store and went to court, pre-trial, walked in the door. The lady said that it wasn't me. So we walked out of there in about 10 minutes. I got probation, paid restitution, successfully completed. I became a better citizen, haven't been around any unlawful acts. I just walk away from crowds now that's doing wrong. I become a lead man at my job. Basically, that's a field supervisor. And also I help clean up around Walker's Point whenever that comes about. I've been married 26 years. I have kids that completed college. I lost my brother, and now I'm helping raise his 5 kids. And I'm trying to show them that even if you make a mistake, if you work hard, stay focused, stay away from the wrong crowds, you can be given a second chance and grace. And I'm seeking a pardon because I would like to open up a business, and the felony is a hindrance.
Thank you, Mr. Kingsby. Questions from the board? Judge Kremers?
Good morning, Mr. Kingsby. Mr. Kingsby, you said you didn't know that your cousin was going to rob the store, but when he came out of the store, then did you realize and become aware that he'd robbed the store?
Yes, because he told me to hurry up and drive off. So the reason I was involved is because I was on the parking lot.
Right. And you helped him get away, if you will, after.
That's what they did.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Kingsby? No? All right. Thank you very much for your time today, Mr. Kingsby. Hope you enjoy the rest of your Friday.
You as well.
Thank you. And then our last applicant of our first morning session is Dwayne Relles. Mr. Relles, we are ready to hear from you.
Good morning.
Good morning. We can hear you. We cannot yet see you.
Okay.
There we are.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Good morning. Excuse my background. I'm in the process of remodeling my house.
No problem. We'll turn it over to you.
Okay. Well, first, back in 1995, I was charged with party to a strong arm robbery. I was in a dark place at that age. I was 18. I just lost my older brother, maybe 6, 7 months before that happened. Just in the wrong place at the wrong time with the wrong people. Was over one of my cousin's houses doing a lot of things that a kid shouldn't be doing. And my older cousin, which is how you say a career criminal, asked to go to the store. So we drove him to the store. And as we were in the store, he created a commotion, and me and one of my other friends acted and started wrecking the store. And in the process of that, my older cousin slid out with the cash register. I didn't have any plans on robbing anything. I didn't receive anything from the robbery. I just shouldn't have been there. I was in the wrong place, wrong time, wrong people. I take full responsibility for my actions. It definitely wasn't right for me doing it the way I was raised. let my parents down. I let a lot of people down with that actions. But since then, I had maybe one or two run-ins with the law, but one was a false accusation and the other one was getting caught with some marijuana. But with the robbery, I was sentenced to 6 years probation, 8 years state sentence. I did that no problem. I'm drug free. Back in 2015, I started my own business. I have a trucking company. I give jobs to the community. I did a lot of work with Toys for Tots. I'm seeking a pardon because I don't know what it is to have a regular life. I caught my felon at 18 years old. I'm going on 48 years old. I've been a felon more than I have been a regular citizen. I want to open up a child care center. I want to open up a group home. I want to do a lot of work with kids so I can keep them out of the kind of trouble I went through as a kid. Haven't had any police contact, no speeding tickets, none of that. I just turned my life around back in my 20s, and I'm just a law-abiding citizen now.
Thank you, Mr. Rochelle. Questions from the board? All right, okay, Cindy?
So, Mr. Rochelle, you mentioned that you did damage to the store, but you didn't mention any actions towards the clerk. And according to the criminal complaint, you punched, kicked, and threw the store employee to the ground?
Yes, he came out and tried to stop me from doing damage to the store, and that's when I did that.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Mr. Rochelle, a question for me. You mentioned that you operate a trucking company and you create jobs in the community. I'm just curious if you have hired anyone with a record and if your experience trying to get employment as a felon has impacted how you make hiring decisions.
Yes, I've hired felons. To me, I can't hold a grudge knowing I have one, and also on jobs I have done before in a trucking company. Like one time I was on a job where we were redoing the Green Bay prison, their parking lot. I went to work that day, but once they ran a background check, I can no longer come back to work there. And another time we were military, down at the military, working at the airport. Same thing, I was able to work, but once the background check came through, I was unable to work again. So it has hindered me from working a lot of jobs in the trucking community, but most jobs I can do with no problem.
Got it. And has those experiences impacted how you hire people to work for you at your trucking company? You do hire felons?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
The only one I kind of discriminate towards. I haven't had that problem, but if someone comes in that has something against kids or anything, I would kind of frown upon that. But other than that, I would hire you if everything comes out fine. I would hire you because, like I say, I'm a felon myself. I can't judge anyone else.
Understand. Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Rochelle? All right. Thank you very much for your time this morning, sir. I hope you enjoy the rest of your Friday.
Okay. Thank you very much for your time, too.
Thank you. All right, and we do have a second group of applicants this morning scheduled to start at 10 o'clock. We are going to take a short break to stay compliant with our open meetings notice. We won't start before 10. So board members, will ask you to just turn your camera and audio off and meet me back here at 9:59 so that we can pick back up with our second morning session. Good morning, everyone. If you're just joining us, we are going to pick back up with our second morning session at 10 a.m. Just going to give it a couple minutes for our board members to get back from break, and then we will get started. All right. We have one more board member that is joining us, but I will go ahead and get us started with a little bit of housekeeping. Good morning, everyone. My name is Mel Barnes. I'm Chief Legal Counsel to Governor Evers and the chair of his Pardon Advisory Board. I'm going to introduce my fellow board members in just a second, but first want to give you a little bit of what to expect at this morning's hearing. We will ask you to please stay muted and have your camera off until it is your turn to be heard by the board. It will help us focus on the person who's talking and make sure we have good audio and video quality for the applicant that's speaking. It will also help us because today's hearing is being live streamed via Wisconsin Eye and YouTube. If you do run into any IT issues, you can't get unmuted, etc., don't worry. Someone from my team will reach out to you and help you troubleshoot. And if we need to come back to you, we will certainly do that. Otherwise, we will call applicants in the order that's listed on the agenda in open meetings notice. And each applicant will have about 5 minutes with the board. We'll ask you to spend the first 3 of those minutes speaking to the questions that you were sent in advance of today's hearing. And then the last 2 minutes of that 5 answering any questions that the board might have for you. Don't read into it too much either way. If the board has questions or doesn't, sometimes everything is covered by your applications, which we've all reviewed in great detail. The 3 questions that you're going to be speaking to start, as a reminder, are providing us with a brief summary of your offense and how your sentence went. We're not here to retry the crime. You don't need to minimize your involvement or anything like that. We want to hear from you what happened in your own words. Second, to provide us with a brief summary of what you've done since the completion of your sentence, including community involvement and employment. In short, how your life is different from it was at the time of your offense. And finally, the third question is a brief statement about why you're seeking a pardon and why you believe the governor should grant you one. And then again, the board may or may not have additional questions for you, but we will field those as they arise. And then once you're done answering questions, you're welcome to sign off and leave the Zoom hearing. Once everyone is heard, the board will meet in closed session and decide whether or not to recommend your application to the governor. You need a majority support of board members present in order for your application to advance to the governor. He will then make a final decision about whether or not to grant you a pardon. Either way, you'll hear about the outcome of today's hearing in about a month to a month and a half after today. We know that you've been patient even just to get to this point, so thank you for giving us that additional time to make sure we can get a thorough recommendation to the governor. So with that, I will introduce our board members and then we will get started hearing from our applicants. So with us today in the Zoom is board member Judge Jeffrey Kremers, who is Attorney Call's appointee to this board. Judge Kremers served as a Milwaukee County Circuit Court judge for 26 years, including as chief judge for 7 of those years before retiring in 2018. We also have board member Nadia Perez-Reyes, who is the Assistant Secretary for the Department of Children and Families. She previously worked as a state public defender and as an attorney for Legal Action of Wisconsin. We have board member Myrna Warrington, who is the Director of Vocational Rehabilitation on the Menominee Indian Reservation. She is a U.S. Army vet and has been a member of the Menominee Tribal Legislature for over 15 years. We have board member Cindy O'Donnell, who served as the Deputy Secretary for the Department of Corrections under Governors Thompson, McCallum, and Doyle, and served as a Division Administrator under Attorneys General Lautenschlager and Van Hollen. And finally, we have board member Noble Ray, who served with the Madison Police Department for nearly 28 years, including as Chief of Police from 2004 to 2013. Noble also led the U.S. Justice Department's Policing Practices and Accountability Initiative and currently provides racial bias training for law enforcement agencies around the world. So with that, we are ready to hear from our applicants this morning. First up is Darren Baker. Mr. Baker, we'll go ahead and turn it over to you.
Good morning. Can you hear me and see me?
Absolutely. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. Thanks, guys, for being here. So I committed these crimes in 2005. I was 19. In 2006, I pled no contest to 3 Class F felonies for party to a crime, burglary, entering a dwelling. 2 of those were stayed, along with a misdemeanor possession of THC. I served 90 days of Huber and 5 years on probation. I did have a DUI while on probation in 2007. I did a week of jail for that. I was not revoked, and in 2010, I finished probation, and although the restitution was joint and several, I paid off the amount single-handedly in full in order to complete those probation requirements. Excuse me, a little bit nervous. I've done a fair amount of volunteering in my community since then. I've worked with children at Discovery World, both in the Coles Design It Lab, and the Dennis Sullivan Tall Ship, built trail with the Ice Age Trail, served at the Salvation Army. I've worked with the American Lung Association, setting up different stair climbs. I've run river cleanups. I think service work is important. I currently work with an organization called The Phoenix, a nonprofit focused on building sober, active communities around the United States, as well as I'm an active member in the Menominee Falls Kiwanis Club. I was recently inducted as the president-elect in that club. I'm a certified CrossFit coach. I like to stay active. I attend church regularly, although I'm not involved as much as I'd like to be in the outreach. I started a career in CNC machining, and I'm currently a production supervisor for an aerospace manufacturer. I was awarded a Emerging Leader Award in 2023 for my leadership skills by Production Machining Magazine. That was one of 4 in the nation to be recognized with that award. I've been divorced and remarried. I currently own a home in Menominee Falls where I live with my wife and our 2 dogs. I'm constantly focused on how I can be better every day. I'm truly blessed to be where I am today, but there's more to do, and that's why I'm seeking this pardon. Before Kiwanis, I was looking into other outreach groups in the Menominee Falls area, and I had settled on wanting to become part of the Freemason Society. I think they have the biggest impact, a nice budget to do things. I noticed their stuff around town, but I was denied. They actually didn't pull up my felonies. They said they didn't find anything. But I'm an honest person, and a simple CCAP would show you that that stuff exists. So I told them, that it should have come back with these felonies, and because of that, I was, denied entering into that club. So I did join the Kiwanis Club. They had no qualms about it, but it wasn't my first choice. It is a great club, great organization. Just wasn't my first choice. The second one is I started that machining career I literally started sweeping and running a tapping machine, 15 years ago, roughly. And I've worked my way to this production supervisor position where I'm at now. It took a lot of hard work and stuff to get there. But the next step is director of manufacturing for me. That's to me, director of manufacturing and the CEO. And with that, we work with the DoD and a lot of federal contracts, government contracts, and things like that. And we won't be able to get certain contracts if I'm in a position at the company and a felon. That just doesn't occur. And I don't want to obstruct that, my own growth, the company growth, or the 60 or 70 other employees that I oversee their growth, by way of, blocking potential contracts and stuff. I also hope to get involved at a local level more. That's part of why I joined Kiwanis, just to give back to the community and stuff. And it keeps me busy, which is a good thing. But I'd like to get more involved in that. And I know that will be obstructed by felonies as well. So I think I covered everything, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Baker.
Thank you.
Questions from the board? Cindy?
Yeah, good morning, Mr. Baker. You indicate your crimes were related to your drug use at the time. You were
Correct.
Committing burglaries to get money. And you also report that you've been sober since 2017.
Correct.
Is that correct? Okay. Can you tell us how you maintain your sobriety?
So I mentioned the Phoenix organization. That's a big part of it. That's a sober, active community. Everybody in there has been through some form of recovery. So we just kind of get together and exercise, rock climb, take hikes, CrossFit, runs, all different stuff. But I am also an active member in AA and NA. I hold chair positions at a couple different meetings and stuff. Some on the regional level, some just over at my local church just down the road here. And then constant growth. It's not just those things, but it's what do you do outside of those things. Anybody can stay sober for an hour in a meeting, but it's the work you're doing outside of those. Through all that volunteering work, I tend to I read a lot and a lot of self-help and stuff, and just always try to do the next right thing.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions from the board? Just one from me, Mr. Baker. I noticed it's a non-criminal ticket, but in 2019, you had an incident with obstructing an officer. Could you tell us just a little bit about what happened there?
I'm not actually aware of that. I'm sorry. Did you say obstructing an officer?
Yeah. So it comes up on your background check as a non-criminal obstructing an officer charge. It does say that you're convicted, though obviously it's a non-criminal charge, so you would have received a ticket. Does that ring a bell?
Honestly, no, it doesn't. I'm trying to think of
okay.
Well, that was post my divorce. I'm not sure. I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's possible it's just someone with the same name or something like that. We do have things like that. So we can look into that a little bit further and follow up with you if needed. So any other questions from the board? All right. Thank you very much for your time, Mr. Baker, and hope that you enjoy the rest of your Friday.
Thank you. You guys too. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, our next applicant is Joshua Whitea. Mr. Whitea, if I'm saying your name correctly, and if you're in the Zoom, we're ready to hear from you.
Are you there?
There we are.
You can hear me?
We can perfectly. Would you tell me how to say your last name correctly, though?
Whitea.
Whitea, thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Joshua Whitea. I want to take a moment to thank everyone for being here today. In October of 2009, while I was at work, my brother stole property from an acquaintance and brought it back to my home. I knowingly stored stolen goods in my home and did not call the police. Because of this lapse in judgment, I was convicted of burglary, party to a crime. Since then, I served my time in jail along with my 2 years of probation, paying restitution. On probation, I received my CDL and ran a growing business. I also have come current with my past IRS debt and raised a successful 16-year-old daughter who is a 4.5 grade point average at a local private school. I've been happily married to my wife for the past 7 years, and I'm a proud homeowner. I've donated my time, money, and services to many youth sports associations. Having this conviction on my record is holding me back from potential business opportunities, as well as preventing me from being able to go on hunting trips with my father and my daughter. I believe I should receive a pardon as I have served my time, been a role model to my daughter, been a part of my community, and ran a successful business. Although I cannot change what happened, I am doing everything I can to move forward and put this in my past. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Questions from the board for Mr. Whitea? Cindy.
Yeah. Good morning, Mr. Whitea. Your story differs greatly from your brother's story at the time of the offense and in the criminal complaint. Your brother says you offered to pay him to drive to the site of the burglary and that you entered the house. So you're telling us today you were at work and not present for the burglary?
The stories are the same. My brother also went and did another 7 more burglaries, and I believe that in jail for another 9 years.
Do you have contact with your brother now?
I keep contact at family events, but it's going to take a long time to regain my trust in my brother again.
Okay. you were ordered to pay almost $15,000 in restitution. How much did you pay while you were on supervision?
I do not have the actual how much I paid, but I know that my probation officer was very strict and hard on me because I did have a business. I do have a business, and she expected me to pay more than the others.
So according to the records we have, about $13,000 was converted into a civil judgment. Are you paying on that now?
I do not know that to my knowledge.
Okay. Last question from me. The judge in this case supports your pardon application. Of course, the final decision is up to Governor Evers, but can you comment on the judge's support?
I'm overjoyed and honored. It's been a long road to be at this point where I am today.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Judge Kremers.
So I want to go back to talking about this burglary thing. You said that you didn't go with your brother, despite your brother saying you did. I understand that, but what you said was that he brought stuff to your house and you knowingly stored stolen goods. How did you know the items that he brought were stolen?
He told me. He was living with me at the time. And when I came home from work, he had possession of all these goods in my home. And he told me that he burglarized the person.
Okay. And did you have any conversation with your lawyer about, well, that doesn't make me guilty of a burglary. It might make me guilty of receiving stolen property, but
at the time, I had a court-appointed attorney. I didn't have the funds to hire a regular attorney.
Okay, but did you have a conversation? I mean, court-appointed attorneys are.
I did have the conversation, but I've never been in a predicament like this ever in my life. So at a young age, I guess I told him, I let him know where I was at, and that's all I have.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Whitea. Hope that you enjoy the rest of your morning and appreciate your time with us this morning.
Yeah.
Our next applicant is Emily Gonzalez. Ms. Gonzalez, I know I saw you in the Zoom, so we'll turn it over to you.
All right, good morning.
Good morning.
Can you hear and see me okay?
Perfectly, thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I apologize. I'm at work, so I'm using my phone, so I hope everything is okay. Okay, so I'm here today. I just want to thank you guys for this time and for giving me this opportunity. I'm here to get my 4 felony possession of THC, 2 bail jumpings and forgery uttering charges. Sorry, I'm a little nervous. Pardoned. My possession of THC was in September of 2007. I was 20 years old. I was in the car. I had tints on my car. We were smoking and I got pulled over. So that's how I got that charge. I had a prior possession conviction back in 2006. I had a fine for that. So that's why it became a felony for the 9 of 07 charge. January and April of 08, I had bail jumping charges. I can admit in January of 08 that I don't believe that I did stop smoking for court, so that's why I got that charge. But in April of 08, I did stop smoking, but back then they didn't understand the counts were they were still in your system. So the DA decided that I didn't stop, which I did stop. So she charged me with another bail jumping. So that was that. And then October of 2010, I got a forgery uttering charge. I was with some people. I knew that the checks were fake and I still was with them. And they cashed it, so I was with them for that. Altogether, I received about 5 years of probation, 4 months in the Racine County Jail. I did serve a month in the jail, and I was on 3 months of house arrest. I completed my probation in June of 2013, and I have been drug-free and out of any kind of trouble with the law for over 12 years now. I have since then been in therapy. I have stayed employed in customer service. I have raised my 17-year-old son as a single mother. In 2017, I received my associate's degree as an IT computer support specialist. As of right now, I am currently employed. I am a part-time waitress at Reef Point Brew House. I've been there for 9 years in August. And I am also a staffing administrator at Amazon. My 5-year anniversary will be in November. They did give me a permanent opportunity about a year ago as a staffing administrator, so I'm blessed with that. I was really young and I made bad choices. I was trying to fit in. I hung out with the wrong crowd and I paid the price. I admit my faults. I feel like I paid my debt to society. Since then, I have changed. I'm a completely different person. I was young. I believe that I should be pardoned because I was judged. I don't want to be judged for my past and continue to be judged for my past and who I used to be. I've grown up and I've learned a lot. And like I said, I am a different person. I believe my record is also stopping me from getting a career in the field that I worked hard to get my degree in. So I just really hope that this is the next step to start a clean slate and to be able to pursue my career in something that I actually, love doing.
Thank you, Ms. Gonzalez. Questions from the board? Cindy.
Yeah. Good morning, Ms. Gonzalez.
Good morning.
You're right. I mean, you committed these crimes when you were 20 and 21. You're 37 now, maybe older, because sometimes these applications lag a little bit, but
I'm still 37.
You're still 37. All right. I didn't want to age you, so thank you for correcting me.
Thank you.
But it's been a while. You haven't had those law enforcement contacts. This is how it's supposed to work, right? You get put on probation, you turn things around, you get a job, you do what you're supposed to do. So my one question for you is, in the part of the application process, we encourage people to submit letters of recommendation or support, and you didn't submit any. And can you tell us why you didn't?
I did have support, but I felt like I did this on my own. I put myself in trouble, so I wanted to be able to get myself out of it. I wanted to do it on my own, so I knew that, what I did and what I said and the work that I put in would show instead of having a letter of, support. I could have, but I just chose not to.
Okay. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Ms. Gonzalez? All right. I think that's it then. Thank you very much for your time.
I did have one real quick.
No.
For the forgery, the checks cashed, has there been, and I'm looking and maybe I'm missing it, any contact with the victims in that incident at all, Ms. Gonzalez?
No, not at all.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Gonzalez. Appreciate your time on this Friday morning and hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you. You as well. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Bye.
Our next applicant is Ryan Jocks. Mr. Jocks, we'll turn it over to you.
Thank you so much. First off, I'd like to start off by thanking everybody for taking the time to meet with me and hear me out. I really appreciate that. My name is Ryan Jacques. In 2000, I was convicted of possession with intent to deliver THC, possession with intent to deliver LSD, and misappropriation of personal identification documents. I did approximately 8 years in prison. During that time, I successfully completed AODA programming, job training, and along with some correspondence courses that I was doing, progressing towards my degree. Eventually made it down to a minimum security. While in minimum security, I got a job and eventually got released, put in an interstate compact at the time down to Illinois. Once I moved down here, I got a job doing CNC machining, which was the job training that I received while I was in Fox Lake, and I continued to work towards my degree. I discharged from parole successfully in April of 2011. I graduated with a bachelor's degree in economics from the University of Illinois, approximately a year and a half after that. After graduating, I ended up getting a job, moved back up to Milwaukee, got a job up there for a couple of years working for an IT firm, and eventually was able to make my way back down to the University of Illinois, which is where I'm still employed now. And that ended up working out great. My girlfriend at the time was living down here. Eventually, a few years later, we got married and currently have 2 kids. But kind of like a little storybook. It's my little storybook saying, I think, because we met in a class in college, which I think is fine. But overall, the reason I think I should receive a pardon is because I would use it to do things that I'm currently not able to do that would benefit the people around me. So starters for that would be employment. My goal is to work in the cybersecurity field, and it's not really feasible to get a job in that field having a felony. A lot of these jobs, you know, they want you to have a security clearance, and even the ones that don't want you to be able to get a security clearance, they just don't look too kindly on having that mark on your record. So it would help me out there, and I think that field is incredibly pressing. We see it every day in the news, the things that are happening, and I feel like I can contribute. So I'd like to go there. And the second one would be volunteering. There's been times where I've tried to volunteer at my children's school and some sports teams that they play on, and they do background checks. So it hasn't really been an opportunity for me. So through both of those avenues is how I would use this felony in a way that or if my felony was taken off, it's a way that I would use it that I'm currently not able to.
Thank you, Mr. Jack. Questions from the board? Judge Cremers.
Good morning, sir. So it looks like for records that you were revoked while you were on extended supervision. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Why were you revoked?
I attempted to get an ID from that wasn't in my name from down at the DMV. I went to the DMV and attempted to get an ID that was not in my name.
That was in 2004?
Correct, January 2004.
Because in 2000, when you got arrested on this, on the felony that you're seeking the pardon for, you also had another ID. That one was in the name of someone who had died when they were 1 year old. Must have been born about the same time you were born, I'm guessing. Is that right?
Correct. They were older than me. Part of the reason that I wanted that ID was because it put me at the age of 21.
Okay, so you had a false ID.
Correct.
Back in 2000, and then in 2004, you went and tried to get another one.
Correct.
Why?
I came out on parole, and in the event that anybody would have asked me for my ID, to be honest, I was scared, and I didn't want to have to give them my name. Didn't want my name to be run for any reason. And I wanted to have a different identification.
Let's see. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Cindy?
Yeah, I have 2 questions. So you're 18 years old. The police search your residence. They find LSD, THC, false IDs, weapons, ammunition, cash. I mean, how did you get so deep into it at 18 years old? That seems like a pretty sophisticated drug operation.
I don't. I mean, I pursued it. It was. You know, at the time, I convinced myself that it was okay, and I used the basic justification, which is incredibly wrong. But at the time, I used the justification that it's just a business. I'm not out here trying to do anybody wrong. I'm not trying to cheat anybody. I'm not trying to rob anybody. I'm buying a product for $1. I'm selling it for $2. I'm just a businessman making money. And if I wasn't doing it, somebody else would. I look back at it now, and it's like it's so crazy to think about it that way. And part of the realization that I came to was just that it didn't matter if I was out there stealing from somebody myself, I was out there robbing somebody from myself, I was selling somebody a safe product or not. Like point blank, I was contributing, just tearing at the fabric of society. Like that's what drugs do. That's what happens when you're a part of it and all. It tears things apart, and it doesn't take real long to see it as long as you're looking at it with open eyes. So all I can tell you as far as, you know, doing it successfully was just the fact that, I mean, I pursued it as a business, you know, and I kind of looked at it unemotionally from that regard. And I was just making business decisions.
Okay, I thank you for that. My other comment is that the district attorney, the person from the district attorney's office who reviewed your application supports your application for a pardon. So I just wonder if you have any comments on that.
It makes me feel phenomenal. The only thing I can think is that somebody else is paying attention and recognizing the way in which I'm living my life now.
I mean, obviously, Governor Evers will have the final decision.
For sure. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Any vote of confidence feels great from my end, though. So thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Noble?
Thank you. Ryan, as a earlier question, you indicated that your drug involvement was primarily as a result of being in the business, something to that effect.
Correct.
Were you addicted in any way, shape, or form, or?
I was smoking marijuana.
Marijuana.
Yeah.
So I see where you completed the AODA treatment.
Correct.
And what were you looking at to get out of completing the AODA treatment?
I guess on the surface, it was just to not feel like I needed to smoke marijuana to go about my day, right? And I guess it was a lot of things. Whether it was one of those things that kind of happened slowly but surely. I started smoking marijuana when I was younger, just around a bunch of friends, stuff like that. Nothing very casual, but it picked up. It picked up kind of in a way that didn't seem like it was really overwhelming. But before you know it, I'm smoking every day, all day long. And then once I got pulled out of that environment by being arrested was really when I had the ability to look at it and see like, wow, that was a much bigger, more detrimental part of my life and my day-to-day than I realized. So going through AODA kind of helped me from two aspects. One was just looking kind of at your behaviors as an individual and the decision you're making. And then it also kind of put what I'll call is the science behind it in the way that they're just like, hey, this is the way drugs work. This is the way they affect the brain. And then some good skills behind it. Like one of the reasons I moved down to Chicago and got the interstate compact when I got out was because I knew that good things weren't going to come from me staying in Milwaukee and being around the same people. I had no desire when I got out to do anything like that again. And I didn't think that I was going to like be pulled back into it as though it's like, oh, my environment and I can't control myself, right? I'm not making that argument, but I thought about it as, my mother was down in Chicago. This is going to be a great opportunity for me to get down there and just completely focus on what it is that I want to focus on and be able to kind of cut that physical tie from the past along with the mental tie that I had already broke.
Just another quick follow-up out of curiosity.
Please.
What did you as a volunteering at the boxing club?
You're saying, what did I do?
Yes.
So I love boxing. So when I came down here, I ended up boxing at Windy City Boxing, where Sam Colon is a trainer. So he's got professionals and amateurs in there. He was down on Halstead, right off of 35th, which is right down the street from a De La Salle High School. So he had a lot of kids in there. So I would come in during the day sometimes and I'd get my training in when I didn't have class and things like that. So I'd be able to get in there with some top amateurs and some pros. But I would stick around afterwards, and the kids would start to come in around like 3:30, and I would until 5:36, and I would stay in there and I'd work with them. So it'd be everything from helping them train when they're hitting the bags, helping them with their footwork and the technicals, the techniques and things, and being in the ring and helping them out as far as monitoring the sparring, helping relationships, and just being in there and talking to guys, right? Because when you're in there and they're around and you work out with them and you're there day after day, they're willing to share stories with you and they're willing to talk. And that just gives me that opportunity in kind of an informal sense to hopefully impart any wisdom that I can. So,
okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Jock? All right. Thank you very much for your time this morning, Mr. Jock. I hope you enjoy the rest of your Friday and your weekend.
Thank you. Same to you.
Thank you. Our next applicant is Orlando Kazari. Mr. Kazari, are you in the Zoom with us? Don't think I've seen Mr. Kazari on the Zoom unless he's with us by phone. Orlando Kazari? All right, well, we will come back to him if he joins us later. I'll just ask my team to let me know if we are able to get him on the Zoom. In the meantime, we will move on to Anthony Reed. Mr. Reed?
Yes, hello.
Hello, we'll turn it over to you.
Okay, thank you for having and considering me today. My name is Anthony Reed. In April of 2005, After I got home from work from Sinai Medical Center in Milwaukee, I noticed a commotion that involved police, spectators, and yellow tape. I decided to go and be nosy and join the spectators. I went and stood around for a few seconds, found out there was a homicide investigation, and proceeded to casually go back home and sit on my front step. I was then approached by several police officers. They took me to the local precinct, but I knew I didn't have anything to do with their investigation, so I didn't fret. They then came and told me that the woman that was staying with me allowed them to search the home. They found roughly 40 grams of marijuana, a handgun, and ammunition. I was charged with possession with intent, THC, and sentenced to probation with a stayed sentence, which was a plea that I took. Then in June of 2005, I moved back with my parents because the THC case was pending. It was a rough neighborhood, one that I grew up in and was robbed at gunpoint before, so I figured I needed another gun because the one I had before got took by police for evidence. I asked the woman that worked with me if she could go to the gun store and purchase me a firearm. She agreed, and we went to pick out the gun. I wasn't a felon at the time, so I didn't see anything wrong with it at that time. Once the background check was done on her, once the background check was done on her, a neighborhood friend, her and I went to pick up the gun. Once we received the gun, we proceeded to take her to work, and while doing so, were apprehended by the ATF and local police. They took us in for questioning, and then the truth came out that it was all my plan. I owned up to it and was charged with false information and on a handgun transfer and felony bail jumping, and was sentenced to 6 months in CCC. 3 months into that, I was sent home on house arrest. In February of 2006, me and my then brother-in-law decided to drive to 7 Mile Fair to buy some stereo equipment. On our way back, we were pulled over for dark tinted windows on the vehicle. When the officer got to the car, he smelled burnt marijuana because on the way there, I, as the passenger, smoked marijuana. He searched the vehicle and found a small amount of smoked marijuana, which is called a roach, quote unquote, along with cigars and a marijuana grinder. Seeing how I kept getting slaps on the wrist, I took a plea for 2 years probation with a stayed sentence. In November of 2006, I was driving with someone that had 2 bags of weed on him. We were going to my house, but in the process, he wanted to make a quick stop. I made a sharp turn and didn't realize the police was behind us. They pulled us over, and as I'm pulling to the side of the road, he drops both bags of weed on the floor of the vehicle. 1 bag fell on my side and 1 bag fell on his side. They searched the vehicle and found the drugs and took us to jail, then to MSDF because we both were on parole or probation. He was on parole, I was on probation. I took a plea for 9 months in the HOC, which caused my probation to be revoked. All charges ran concurrent. I did 32 months in the state prison and was released in 2009 from Thompson, which is a work release center. I kept the job I had from work release, which was Master Mode in Johnson Creek. I stayed on the right track for a while, but then I started selling marijuana again. In August of 2010, I was contacted by someone I grew up with for a pound of marijuana. He wanted to meet in a neighborhood I didn't feel safe doing the transaction in. So I changed location to a Checkers parking lot on 35th and Fond du Lac, which just so happens to be right across the street from the police station. As I pull into the parking lot, what seemed like 20 cop cars pulled in and surrounded me. They pulled me and my then wife out of the car and found a pound of weed in my waistband. They took me to jail and got permission from my ex-wife to search the house and found a safe with a larger amount of marijuana. They also found a clip to a handgun that was stolen from me months before. I didn't want anything to fall on my then wife because it was all my wrongdoing. So I took a plea for felony possession of a firearm. They threw the marijuana out, or they dismissed it, and was sentenced to 2 years state prison, which resulted in me getting my parole revoked again, and I ended up doing 51 months in state prison. I was released in 2014 from Marshallshire Correctional Center, which is a work release. During this stint in prison, I vowed that I would never come back. I completed AODA in Chippewa Valley. I was the only person in my vocational class to get a certificate and diploma in building maintenance and construction. I did any and every course and portfolio module that was offered to me from anger management to financial literacy. I can even say that this last stint saved and changed my life for the better. While in prison, I worked numerous in-house maintenance jobs in every prison I was in. I stayed focused and out of trouble. In work release, I got a job at Federal Tool and Engineering, starting as a manufacturing tech, then took a liking to welding. My supervisor and the owner of the company noticed and allowed me to be trained as a welder. After that, they made me lead in the robotics program there, and I took on everything from maintenance of the robots to writing programs for them. When I was released, they hired me on permanently, and I stayed there for 7 years. I got my Class A CDL in 2019, and am now fully endorsed with doubles, triples, tanker, and hazmat, and also have a TWIC card. And both of those are very hard to get, considering you have to get cleared by the federal government through an extensive background check. But I was, my last owner, they liked me so much, I was so good at what I did at Federal Tool, they wanted me to come back part-time. So I drive during the day and I weld for a few hours at night. I am now a proud father of an 8-year-old, very smart little girl. I went a long time thinking the crimes that I committed were victimless. But now I know this is not to be true, because there are people that look up to me, like my nephews, my nieces, friends, and now my daughter. I've learned a lot from my poor decisions and have been fully reformed. I regret what I have done, and I am remorseful to anyone that was involved in the crimes that I committed. I'm asking for this pardon to show others that with focus and self-discipline, most poor decisions can be overcame. I have a story of reform, and this will be the icing on the cake for me. I would like to further employment in the trucking industry by utilizing my hazmat endorsement. I would like to step into the adult family home healthcare field by being an owner of a group home, along with this further my passion of real estate and construction. And I would also like to restore my voting rights so that I can help get positive change for my community and have a better quality of life for me and my family. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. Before I turn it over to the rest of the board for questions, I want to address something that you said just at the end there about getting your voting rights back. And we hear this from several applicants and try to use these hearings as an opportunity to spread the word that in Wisconsin, you are eligible to vote if you have completed your sentence and you've finished your extended supervision. So if you're off paper, you are able to vote. And in Wisconsin, we do have same-day registration at the polls. So as long as you bring your photo ID and proof of residency and all of that, you should be able to register and vote now that you are off paper.
Okay,
With that, I will open it up to other questions from the board. Noble.
I think it's still morning. Well, yes, it is. Good morning, Mr. Reed. Do have a question regarding the firearms, and listening to you speak and reviewing the application, there seems to be a pattern, and if you could help me if I'm understanding this pattern either correctly or incorrectly. It comes across at times that you feel as though either the area or the conduct or behavior that you may be involved in, say marijuana, location, etc., that you need the protection of a firearm. And that seems to come in ebb and flow in your life. Am I reading that correctly, or?
Yes, you're reading that correctly. At the time, that's what I felt that I needed with the lifestyle that I was living. You know, certain areas, the choices that I made at the time, I felt like I needed some form of protection. I didn't need it to, just blatantly cause harm to anybody or take anything from anyone like that, but just to protect myself, because I knew what I was doing wasn't a good thing and it wasn't safe to do. So that's why I felt like I needed protection.
And I just a follow-up, I appreciate that. Where are you now with needing that type of protection? Because some of it was behavior-based, but some of it was geographically based as well, at least what I was picking up from from the information. So where are you now? Do you feel that you need to have that level of protection right now?
Well, going along with what you said, I feel like most of it was behavioral based because I didn't have to do what I had to do. If I would back then, I always had a job, you know, even with the stuff that I was doing back then, I was younger, I was 20, 21 years old, but I always had a job, but I decided to make other choices to try to make some extra money. So it was all behavioral based. It's not, you know, people go to work all the time and you don't need a gun. But now today, I've learned so much. You know, I don't hang around the same people. I live in the suburbs. If I don't go in the inner city if I don't have to. I don't have that same mindset that I had when I was, you know, way younger. I was 20, 21. And I just don't have that same mindset. You know, all I care about now is family, the community, my daughter, work. I work. I'm at work all the time. If I'm not working, I'm doing work around the house. I don't go to bars and clubs. I definitely don't sell drugs no more. So I don't have that same mindset as to I need protection because I know what I'm doing is wrong.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Other questions from the board? All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Reed. I appreciate your time and you sharing with us this morning and hope that you have a great weekend.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. So I believe that we have Mr. Kazari with us in the Zoom now. Mr. Kazari, if you're able to unmute and turn on your camera, we'll turn it over to you to answer those 3 questions that were sent to you in advance of today's hearing.
Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. How are you today?
Great. How are you?
Not bad. Not bad. Please pardon me. I am at work right now. I'm at work. Just got the forklift and came into the meeting room, so that's why I was kind of behind. I actually thought that it was Monday. The 3 questions in the I had to get to it because I actually was unprepared. Let me see the 3 questions in here. Do you mind
Why don't I
asking, please?
summarize them briefly for you? Yeah, while you pull them up.
Yes.
So we're going to ask you to spend about 3 minutes total speaking to these. And then at the end of that, we'll spend about another 2 minutes with any other questions that the board might have for you. But first question is to just please provide us with a brief summary of the offenses that you're seeking a pardon for. We're not here to retry the case. You don't need to minimize your involvement, anything like that. We just want to hear what happened in your own words. And then second, tell us about what you've done since the completion of your sentence. So how your life is different now, any jobs, community involvement, things like that. And then third is just why you're seeking a pardon and why you believe the governor should grant you one.
Indeed. Thank you. The first question is, so the first thing is the crimes that I was committed of were possession with intent to deliver the controlled substance. I had 2 offenses, 2 same season in my life, but back to back. And another one was a felony in possession of a firearm. I guess to keep it not too long, but I was more or less the environment. I want to take full accountability. First of all, let me take full accountability of all my actions. But through going through being in prison, being incarcerated, and then going to boot camp, going to boot camp allowed me an opportunity to self-reflect and understand myself and why I make the choices that I made. So I'll look at all of the cases that happen. I look at those like kind of like a blessing in my life because it allowed me to self-reflect and grow. The first time when I was pulled over driving Southside Milwaukee. I got pulled over. I had crack cocaine in my possession. I was sentenced to, if I'm not mistaken, at the time it was 2 years of 2 years incarcerated and 2 years probation, but it was a stay sentence. So I went to the House of Corrections Work Release Center. And then upon being released, I about maybe 6 months later, I got caught up in the same activity. I got myself caught up in the same activity, and at that point, I was sentenced to 5 years incarceration and 5 years extended supervision, concurrent uh, with the with the possession of the firearm. So they ran together. But that's when I was allowed to go to boot camp during that particular time, and that's when I did a lot of self-reflection. And at that time, I had children. Um, yeah, I missed out on quite a few things. However, like I said, it was a blessing. Once I went through those things, I was able to kind of get a new taste for life and appreciation for my children, my family. Um, I mean, just being free, being able to do the things that I love to do. And since then, I've just been continuing to grow and learn more about myself. My involvement since then, I've opened and been a part of several businesses. So I still participate and I'm active in the trucking industry. Um, I don't drive trucks. I don't have my CDLs, but I did own a trucking company. As of right now, I own a trailer company, or I actually employ uh, a few people to help me run that company. We rent out trailers to people who start trucking businesses. A lot of times people can't afford to buy a truck and a trailer, so we try to fill that gap and help people get going. Also, I'm an author now, so I've written actually 2 books. One I've actually released, and I also speak to children, speak to teens. I've been commissioned to go speak to teens twice in Minneapolis, Minnesota, working with a organization up there, nonprofit organization, and it's for really for the betterment, trying to help the kids not make poor decisions when they're young. Because usually those poor decisions that we make when we're young, you end up dealing with it for the rest of your life. Uh, I made poor decisions when I was younger, and I mean, actually, here we are right now. I'm still, dealing with something that I messed up around 15, 20 years ago. Um, and also, I have sons now, so I would hate for them to have to go through what I went through in order to learn the lessons that I learned today. So that's super important to me, really important to me. The first time I ever spoke to children before was actually in boot camp. So I was in boot camp in Black River Falls Challenge Incarceration Program. I was in the other one in what was the city called? I'm so sorry. It started with a C. I can't remember, but nonetheless, I was in not Black River Falls, in the Challenge Incarceration Program. And in that program, for some reason, I don't know why, but one of the sergeants came and pulled me out uh, off my bed one night and said, "Hey, man, I need to talk to you. Are you interested in going to speak to kids? I just think that you have a story that can help." That was my first time. I went there and I had to go, and I was dressed in my state greens, what we call them, dressed in a prison uniform, whatever. I had to go speak, and looking in those kids' eyes from that perspective, knowing what they were about to go through. They were like juniors and seniors in high school, knowing there was a crucial point in their life. I just felt I was just compelled to try to invoke some conscious thought about the decisions that they're gonna make, because a lot of times just come down to choices and influence. So I just want to tell them my story and help them. And afterwards, I got a standing ovation. To me, I would just tell them my story as being candid. Later on, the sergeant came back and asked me again, like, "Yo, will you go back again?" So I ended up going to another school. So 2 times when I was in boot camp, I was there for 7 months or 8 months or so. 2 times I was granted the opportunity to go do that. That was something that stuck with me. And today I'm still doing the same thing in those 20 years ago. My book that I did write is essentially a book about, it was directed towards those kids, 17, 18, 19, 20-year-old young kids that's about to go into a crucial point in their life and their decision making. And I know that influence today's influence is so obviously with social media and things like that, man, a lot of people are influenced to do the wrong things, and some people are influenced to do the right things. I just want to be on the good side, trying to do the right thing.
Thank you, Mr. Kazari. Questions from the board?
Yeah.
Any questions for Mr. Kazari? No? All right. Thank you very much for your time this morning. We really appreciate you sharing your story with us and taking the time off of work. I hope you enjoy the rest of your Friday.
Thank you. You guys have a good day.
Thank you. And our next applicant is Mr. Alan Dunsky. Mr. Dunsky.
I don't know if you can hear me, but it says that the co-host is asked to start. There it is. It just popped up. All right. All right. Hello. Good morning-ish to everybody. Thank you for having me and taking the time. My name is Alan Dunsky Jr. In late 1997, I found myself on the wrong side of the law and got arrested. I was convicted of 3 counts of arson to property other than building, party to the crime in early 1999, I believe it was. Just a dumb, completely unacceptable crime committed by a person I was not proud of. I let everybody down, my parents, siblings, girlfriend, friends, community members, coworkers, you name it. I was sentenced to 18 months in the state prison system, ended up, I believe, serving around 9 months before I was released for good behavior. I was placed on 3 years of probation. That was extended 1 year due to monetary issues. There was restitution that needed to be paid. I had paid my part, but the co-defendants had not paid theirs, so all of ours was extended. I ended up paying most of their part as well in the long run, just to get off of everything. So since my release, I've worked extremely hard to fix what I broke. I've been very heavily involved in my community. I've served on the Parks Commission, the Police and Fire Commission, which turned into just a Fire Commission after we got rid of the police department. I spearheaded efforts to bring an ice rink to the village for residents to have something to do. I'm in a small town. There's really nothing to do, which unfortunately is probably part of the reason I got in trouble in the first place, just looking for something to do. And unfortunately, when I was a kid, causing trouble is one of those things. I was successful in obtaining donations to cover the cost of the ice rink, even a Zamboni to maintain the ice rink. I create and organize a yearly spring cleanup, which we focus on area roadways, riverways, waterways, parks, where I have volunteers that come in and we pick up the trash and all of those. On year 13, year 1 started with 10 people. Last year was over 200 plus people. In those 13 years, we picked up over 50 tons of trash, and it's turned into just an amazing community event where we have a pig roast afterwards. It's grown into a beast of its own. There's so many things I try to do in the community to help out. I volunteer with an organization called Sleep in Heavenly Peace, where we build and install beds for families with children that can't afford those. I've adopted a local park to help maintain. I've secured donations and manpower to fix a veteran's roof that a tree had collapsed on, and he had no means of fixing it or paying for it. So something we got done completely free, and it just helps having that construction background. During the historic floods of 2017 out in our area, which is Kenosha County, I spearheaded a massive effort to help those affected by the flooding. I ended up getting over 300 plus volunteers, putting in over 3,300 man hours, 75 homes that we fixed. We ended up pumping out basements, removed flood damaged materials, furniture, drywall. We fixed electrical issues. We treated over 200 plus contaminated wells. In the long term of that event, I was appointed to the county's long-term recovery commission, where we worked with local emergency management officials, volunteer organizations such as Samaritan's Purse, Team Rubicon, that went on probably close to a year after the main thing here. All while my house still had about $60,000 worth of repair, and the foundation had sunk in that flood. So still currently working on my house. It's a long road. So as far as everything else I do in the community, these are just highlights. There's so many things. I own my own business. It's a media company that focuses on reporting of police, fire, rescue activity, which we work hand in hand with a lot of the local police, fire, rescue agencies. My business donates to these yearly, especially the canine programs. I love canines. I love the program, and we donate heavily to these guys. We support them to the fullest. The one other thing is I'm a founding member and executive committee member of the Sons of the American Legion, Post 293 out of Silver Lake. One of the big things we do is we go around and we rehab veterans parks in the area. During the specific holidays, Veterans Day, things like that, we go and place flags on the grave sites. We also go in and maintain those grave sites. As far as since my crime, I've had I think, a very successful, a very happy, a very good life. I own my own home. I own a camper. I have a new truck. I have a great life that I've built since the stupid acts that I did as a kid. And honestly, I never even thought of seeking a pardon until like community members continually came to me and said, hey, there's so much more you could do with a pardon. And I started thinking about it, Samaritan's Purse. I could help them easily. Unfortunately, with a felony on the record, it just doesn't happen. Same thing with Team Rubicon. Great organization, but there's the felony. It's a nagging problem that I created, and that's where we're at. So, I guess so many reasons that I'm seeking the pardon, both mental and physical. It's a long road and a heavy burden to keep that on the back, and there's always going to be somebody to remind you that you have it. I don't need the reminder. I know what I did, when I did it, how I did it, and how stupid I was. And I just want to be able to expand my horizons in my second half of my life here. It's been a long time since I did this. I think I do a lot to help my community and surrounding communities, and I want to expand those horizons, and I truly think this is the next step to be able to do so.
Thank you, Mr. Dunsky. I want to make sure we get to board questions. Does anyone have questions for Mr. Dunsky? Cindy.
Yeah. Good morning, Mr. Dunsky. There are some times when we see an applicant and the crime they've committed is so puzzling to me. And this is one of those cases. You were a volunteer firefighter.
Correct.
You set 3 separate fires.
Correct.
And you would know better than I the danger that created to the community and to the people who responded. But what struck me was I looked back at the dates of your crimes, and you committed the first one on October 15th, 1997, and then 15 days later, the second one, and then about 5 months later, the third one. Can you help explain why after the first one or even the second one, you didn't stop and say, this is crazy, this is wrong, and I shouldn't do this again?
You're 110% correct. And number one, it never should have happened in the first place.
Right.
Just keep in mind, my father was a career firefighter as well. So the sheer and absolute disappointment that I created from doing any of this, I guess I just wasn't in the right state of mind. It was a small area, a small department, and as a child growing up, watching my dad, a hero, I wanted to play the same game of a hero, and I think that's played a role in it. Not the crowd that I was around. There were many co-defendants that ended up pleading out. That doesn't really show on the case. There were over 8 or 9 people in total. And then it boiled down to just a few at the end. Peer pressures, so many excuses, but none of them is the absolute right excuse, because there isn't one. It never should have happened. It was disgraceful. It was pathetic, and it's something I live with every day. Only I can be as hard as myself on me. I wish I had an exact answer for you. I just don't.
No, that's a fair answer. I appreciate your answering my question. Are you still on the fire commission?
I am not. So I actually served on the fire commission for almost 6 years, and then a local reporter who likes to stir up things in the community got wind that the felony was on my record. The village board obviously knew about it. Everybody knew about it. They also know my involvement, and they know where I am at this place in my life. They were okay with it up until that had happened. So he ran an article about it, and at that point, it just wasn't worth it to me anymore. So I did end up resigning. And I understand the felon with the arson, how can he be on a fire commission? I'm not out there playing fireman. This is the business side of things, and I do have that background. I do have the ability to know what's good for a fire department and what's bad for a fire department on the financial side of things, and that's where we focused with the fire commission. There was no day-to-day operations. It wasn't like the city of Milwaukee Fire Commission, where they have ultimate control. This is a small village, and there's only limited control.
Yeah. The last is just a comment from me. I don't know that I've seen few applicants with as much community service as you have. So congratulations on partaking in all of that. Thank you.
Thank you. And I have zero plans to stop doing any of it, just so everyone knows.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Dunsky? All right. Oh, Noble, yes.
Yeah, just a quick one.
Yes,
Mr. Dunsky, did you ever go through any type of counseling as a result of these felonies?
I believe they put us, the two main people, they did have us go through psychological, I don't know if you want to call it an exam, possibly. There was no like counseling though. Basically, there was questioning. They tried to figure out our mental place and time, and I guess I was deemed okay. I mean, that's subjective, I guess, but yeah, there was some sort of exam, but not counseling.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions from the board? All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Dunsky. Hope you enjoy the rest of your morning. Thanks for being with us today.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Next up, we have Ryan Betsky. I'm sure I'm not getting your last name right. Deisdick. You'll have to help me out.
Good morning. It's Deedzik.
Deedzik. Thank you, sir. We'll turn it over to you.
All right. Thanks for meeting with me this morning. In 2002, I was 17. I stole drugs from a pharmacy that I had formerly worked for. Stole drugs and money. I hid in the basement after they closed. I knew where everything was at. And after they closed, I took the drugs and money and I left. And pretty much as simple as that. I turned myself in after I got a phone call from the local detective and told him my story. Sentence was pretty awful. I was 18 in county jail for 3 months. I did 4 years of probation along with full counseling. I was diagnosed with some pretty major depression during all of that, and completed that as terms of probation, and it helped me out drastically for even these days, continuing on with my life. In terms of what I've done since, I can't volunteer too much because I work for the railroad. I work a lot of hours. I've been an engineer with the railroad, just started 15 years. Before that, I built houses for 6. But I do sponsor 2 teachers every year for school supplies. I donate to our local outreach programs, soccer programs, football, dance, whatever people need. I sponsor 2 backpacks for 2 kids every year through the outreach program. Big part of my heart, my mom was a teacher for 40 years, so I try to help out the education process as much as I can. In terms of why I should have a pardon, I've hardly had any law enforcement contact since that incident. I've tried not to let it define my life, but it's always there, big chip on my shoulder. Never hid from it. I did it, my fault. I only did it because I was promised a lot of money from somebody who kind of talked me into it. I'm not that person anymore. I'm not that kid. I'm a homeowner. I'm a landlord now. I have a beautiful 11-year-old daughter, 4 nephews that absolutely love the outdoors. We have hunting land, and I'd love to join them on trips. duck hunting, turkey hunting, all that stuff, show them the valley of the outdoors. And unfortunately, my dad got hit with heart failure this year. And for the past 22 years, I've taken away his joy of being able to hunt with me. And that's probably one of the worst things I've ever done out of this entire sentence. That's about it.
Thank you, Mr. Disick. Questions from the board? Cindy.
Good morning, sir. I'm gonna not try to fracture your name. The judge in Racine County who reviewed your application for pardon supports the application. And while Governor Evers will make the final decision, I wonder if you have any comment on that support.
I absolutely love any form of support, and that's probably right up there on the top of anything I could ask for in terms of where I've tried to come in life. And that makes me feel extremely good.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Judge Cremers.
Good morning, sir. So if I understand correctly, you burglarized the pharmacy that you had been working at. Were you caught before any of the drugs were sold to anyone else or given to anyone else?
The one co-defendant that I had, he's the one that kind of came up with all of this. I did give him some of it if it was ever distributed. I do not have any knowledge of that. The majority of it was still in my possession, and I turned over 100% of the money and all the rest of the product that was taken.
And were you addicted to drugs at the time?
No, in fact, I did not even know really what drugs were. I was just promised a big payday. I'd never done drugs, never smoked weed up until that point.
Have you thought about what those drugs would do in the community?
When I was talking to the detectives, one of the things I can remember is just completely breaking down because they told me the extreme gravity of the situation. And I was terrified.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Disick? All right. Well, thank you very much for your time this morning and hope that you enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you. You guys too. Thanks for the time.
Thank you. Our next applicant is Jonathan Strack. Mr. Strack, I know I've seen you in the Zoom.
Morning, can you see me?
Absolutely.
Okay, very good, thank you. My name is John Strack. I was, I guess, first convicted of a theft and a forgery in January 2004. I was sentenced October 2004. In a nutshell, what I did was I worked at a parcel delivery service, and I was I loaded delivery trucks in the early morning hours. And one of the things that came down the conveyor belt was a open envelope with a check in it for $8,000. And against my better judgment now, back then I was very young, I was 22. I took that check and put it in my bank account. There were times that things would get kind of hung up on the conveyor belts and they didn't make it out to drivers. And part of our ask was, if there's any, small packages, whatever, to get them out to drivers kind of on our way home, so to speak. And there was a few small boxes that I had also ended up taking, never delivered to drivers, and they ended up at my house. And when I was confronted by detectives actually at my place of work, I complied, went to my house, got everything, and told them the story. Since then, I have paid off everything that I owed, the $8,000, whatever monies was concerned in the boxes that were there. I went through my sentence what I would consider flawlessly. I didn't have any problems, no issues. I had 6 months of Huber and then 3 years of probation. Went through all of that with no issues. I've held 2 different jobs since then, which led me to the career that I'm in now. I was a laborer for a construction company in Madison, and then I worked at a management company doing like some remodeling work and some small maintenance stuff like that for about 9-10 years. It was a pretty long stretch that I worked there. And then I finally decided to join the Steam Fitters Union, the 601. I joined the apprenticeship program, which is a 5-year program. I went through my 5-year program. I was the top student in my class. My instructors nominated me to be in what's called an apprentice competition. They have one annually for all trades. I ended up winning the state competition and going on to a regional, which I did place, but I didn't move on from there. It was a very, I guess, uplifting experience. It was a lot of fun. Since I have turned out to be a journeyman, and I've now become a foreman at the company that I work for. I also give back to the union that's been treating me so well. I do a lot of night school instructing. Part of the apprenticeship program is a day school. And then part of the prerequisite for the program is you have to take so many hours of night school classes. So I teach 2 different night school classes, 1 each semester. So I stay very involved with the local union. I do some volunteer basis annually. It's called Heats On. It's a program where we go to veterans' homes that get set up through multiple different trades in the Dane County area, and we do free checks on their furnaces. We make sure that everything is working right with the furnace boiler, and if things are awry or something's not working correctly, we'll get parts and bring them back and fix them. And in some cases, we've actually replaced the entire terminal unit just because that's part of the program, and it's all. None of us get paid to do it. It's all a volunteer, and it's a great program for the veterans. And on top of that, we also make sure they have like operating CO on like all floors of their houses. We provide battery powered. I don't personally provide it, but between the union and the contractors, they donate a whole bunch of stuff for it. So, and actually, this is partaking tomorrow. Tomorrow is the next one, and this will be my 6th year doing this. So pretty much as soon as I started the apprentice program and got into a service type vehicle, is when I started doing it. I do service work for commercial industrial HVAC. We work on a lot of large centrifugal chillers and boilers and all that kind of stuff. So in 2015, I married my wife, and 2016, we bought a home. We now have 3 children. I have a very great life in front of me, and pursuing this pardon will benefit me in ways both professionally and personally. My top kind of 2 reasons for, I guess, applying for this and going through the motions are, number one is work. We do a lot of work in, military, government, even downtown at the courthouse. We do a lot of work, jails, and I don't ever even just enlist my name to help because I know that my background check would not allow it to happen. So I would like to be able to, I guess, not have a limit on the career path that I've chosen and be able to do everything that I can for the company that I work for. The second one is also relatively career related. I would like to, at some point in the future, I really like the brotherhood partnership of the union, and I would like to be part of the parliament someday and sit on the board and the committee and help make decisions for this going in the future. And I guess that was my breakdown of my application, which I think it was very long and detailed, and I just kind of summed it up really quick. So that was everything that I have, and let me know if anyone has any questions for me.
Thank you, Mr. Strack. Questions from the board? Judge Cremers.
Good afternoon. Still good morning. Good morning, sir.
Yes.
Have you ever been accused of or involved in any kind of since 2000?
I'm sorry. Any kind of what? Sorry.
Stealing.
No, sir. No. I have not. I have not. No.
And I asked that not because I sort of believe you have, and I don't see anything in your record to suggest that. But the board was given some information to raise that question, and I'm just wondering if you have any response to that, why someone would accuse you of some unnamed theft at some point years after this conviction. You know anything about that, or anybody that would be mad at you and say that you did that?
No, sir, I do not. I am not aware of anything to that nature, no.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Cindy?
Yeah, good morning, sir. The Dane County District Attorney's Office, the person there who reviewed your application, supports your application for a pardon. Of course, Governor Evers will make the final decision, but I wonder if you have any comment on that support from the DA's office.
I do, especially because I don't know, I received the letter at home and I'm not sure exactly who it was, and all they were doing was reviewing a piece of paper with my name on it. And I'm more than grateful that someone would look at what I've done in the past, which was a horrible thing, and still be able to find it considerable to consider me to have a pardon. That's wonderful. Wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Strack? All right. Thank you very much for your time this morning, Mr. Strack, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
You as well. Thank you.
Thank you. And then our last applicant of the morning session is Ashley O'Neill. Miss O'Neill, we're ready to hear from you.
Good morning. You can see and hear me okay?
Absolutely, perfect.
Ashley O'Neill, 39-year-old female. Thank you guys for taking the time to consider me and hear me out this morning. Before I jump in, I just wanted to let me know if it is hard to hear me. I actually just got out of ICU, and half my face isn't working. I have Bell's palsy. So if there's anything that's a strain, just let me know and I will gladly repeat. In November 2005, at 20 years old, I was a party to a crime, theft of a movable object. This happened at a gas station that my aunt was a general manager of, and who I was living with at the time. Me and two other people came up with the idea that we needed money to buy holiday gifts. In reality, I had a very bad addiction. We all did. Even at the time of the theft, I was high. There's great shame in my life around this time. I was raised better. I knew better. It affected my family greatly. I since have lost both my grandparents who were with me at every court hearing. And it is very strenuous on my heart that they didn't get to see me change and grow from this time frame. I lied. I lied to the detectives. I lied to myself. I lied to my family. I lied during the polygraph tests. I lied. I was so lost, so confused, so young. I wasn't a good person and wasn't in a good place, and there is no excuse for the crime that I committed, and I do hold full accountability for my actions at that time. I did get sentenced to 54 days in jail and 3 years probation. The probation was extended. I was supposed to get done in August of 2009, but I didn't get done until December of 2009. Not because I was revoked or any punishment, but I hadn't paid off all the restitution. I didn't know that had to be paid in order to get off paperwork. So I got the rest of the money that was taken paid and was discharged on December 8th, 2009. Since 2009, I think I've had one speeding ticket. But other than that, I have not had any activity with cops, no criminal, no theft, no drug use. I've used drugs, I'll be honest, but nothing legally that got me into any trouble that way. Since then, I have gone to rehab. I completed that successfully. I'm active in AA and NA. I have a sponsor. I have a bunch of strong, supportive women in my life that are healthy. I've got great friends and family who support me and guide me through tough times in my life. I graduated from MATC in Milwaukee in 2012 with a degree in IT networking. I worked in the field for 12 years. The company that I worked for went under with COVID in 2020. Since then, I have been working for my family's business, Performance Trailer Braking. I haven't had any issues as far as work or reprimands. I've actually got promotions. Last year, well, the beginning of this year, I technically opened my own business. I travel the country. I work on RVs. I have been in therapy in and out my whole life, but I finally feel I have a good therapist. I've been with her since 2019. She is also one of the people who wrote a letter of recommendation on my behalf. I have a psychiatrist. I am bipolar and suffer from depression and anxiety, which I take meds for. I take them regularly and faithfully. Again, I've been sober since 2022, 100% alcohol, drugs, everything. I quit smoking cigarettes. As far as volunteer work, I've tried to be very active in communities. I donate to Iron Dog Canine Foundation that I have met in my travels throughout the country. It supports dogs in training for working with the police departments. I've gone back to my rehab twice and shared my story, trying to give hope to others, not only in the drugs and alcohol piece, but I share about this crime and how I've grown and how everything has changed my life and how I just tried to do the next best thing. I also I volunteered, sorry, didn't work. I had Brew City Bully Club. It is an organization in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, that is an advocacy and educational program for people as well as pit bulls. I've had 3 pit bulls throughout my life. I absolutely love them, and they're a misunderstood breed in my opinion. So I do anything I can. And then I also have recently signed up with Second Harvest Food Bank. It has always been something that my family's talked about, especially like going and serving meals to homeless on Thanksgiving and the holidays and the harder times throughout the year. And then I donate and give to Goodwill as well. Why I want and am seeking a pardon. I ain't gonna lie, this was the hardest question of them all for me to answer. And someone asked me, do you feel you deserve one? And I always have been thinking about that, and why do I deserve it over somebody else? Not why do I feel I have changed to deserve it for myself. I'm not the same person I was at all in any way, shape, or form, and I've done many things to try to improve and try to be the best that I can be, and just keep making the right decision, the next right decision, whatever that may be in that moment. Employment opportunities, not being able to work in IT or in healthcare or government, all those require background checks. And those are big fields in the IT that I've tried to apply for and have got rejected. And no, they don't outright say it's because of my felony, but I feel that is a factor. Also, because I would like, my rights restored. I didn't know about the voting, but I heard that earlier. So I am aware that I can vote, but just having my rights restored. My family is big hunters. I know on my application, I don't know if I'm in the shape anymore in my life, but I've always dreamed of being in the military. Like I said, I don't know if that's physically possible at this point in my life, but it's something that I'd like an option to at least pursue. I think that's it.
Thank you, Ms. O'Neill. Questions from the board? No. All right. I think you covered everything then for us. Very much appreciate your time this morning, and I hope that you enjoy the rest of your Friday and the weekend.
Thank you guys, and I appreciate you taking the time to hear me out, and I hope you guys have a good weekend as well.
Thank you. All right, so that was our last applicant of the morning session. We will be back in the afternoon for another group of applicants, but at this time, I'm going to entertain a motion to move into closed session pursuant to Wisconsin statute section 19.85 sub 1 sub A, D, and F for purposes of deliberations concerning cases before the board, considering specific applications, and considering financial, medical, social, and personal histories of specific persons. Do I have a motion? Judge Kremers? Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Noble. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? All right, we will move into closed session then. Board members, I'll ask you to just give us a moment to make sure we get everyone back to the waiting room and our live stream turned off. All right, Eric, if you will just confirm when YouTube has stopped for me. Seems like we have quite the lag today. Good afternoon, everyone. If you're just joining us, we're going to give it just a minute to make sure we get everybody in from the waiting room and get our live stream started, and then we will start going. Okay, and it looks like our live stream is working. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mel Barnes. I'm Chief Legal Counsel to Governor Evers and the Chair of his Pardon Advisory Board. I'm going to introduce my fellow board members, go through a couple of housekeeping items, and then we will go ahead and get started hearing from our applicants in this afternoon session. So with us today in the Zoom are Pardon Board members, including Judge Jeffrey Kremers, who is Attorney General Call's appointee to this board. Judge Kremers served as a Milwaukee County Circuit Court judge for 26 years, including as chief judge for 7 of those years before retiring in 2018. We have board member Cindy O'Donnell, who served as the Deputy Secretary of the Department of Corrections under Governors Thompson, McCallum, and Doyle. She also served as a Division Administrator under Attorneys General Lautenschlager and Van Hollen. Next up, we have board member Nadia Perez-Reyes, who is the Deputy Secretary for the Department of Children and Families. She previously worked as a state public defender and as an attorney for legal action of Wisconsin. We also have board member Myrna Warrington, who is the Director of Vocational Rehabilitation on the Menominee Indian Reservation. She is a U.S. Army vet and has been a member of the Menominee Tribal Legislature for over 15 years. And our last board member with us today is Noble Ray, who served with the Madison Police Department for nearly 28 years and served as Chief of Police there from 2004 to 2013. He led the U.S. Justice Department's Policing Practices Accountability Initiative and currently provides racial bias training for law enforcement agencies around the nation and the world. Applicants, we are excited to hear from you this afternoon. Just a couple of housekeeping items before we begin. Today's hearing is being live streamed via Wisconsin Eye and YouTube. We'll ask you to please mute yourself and keep your cameras off until it is your turn to present to the board. That way we'll have good audio and the board can focus on the person who's presenting. If you do run into any IT issues with Zoom, don't worry about it. Someone from my team will give you a call and we'll get things sorted out. If we need to come back to you due to tech issues, that's fine. We can absolutely do that. Otherwise, we'll call folks up in the order listed on the agenda and open meetings notice. And each applicant will have about 5 minutes with the board. So we'll ask you to spend the first 3 of those 5 minutes answering the questions that were sent to you in advance. As a reminder, that is asking you to provide a brief summary of your offense and how your sentence went. We're not here to retry the crime. You don't need to minimize your involvement or anything like that. We just want to hear from you in your own words what happened. Second, to provide us with a brief summary of what you've done since completing your sentence, employment, community involvement, in short, how your life is different now than at the time of your offense. And third, a brief statement about why you're seeking a pardon and why you think the governor should grant you one. Once you've spent about 3 minutes answering those questions, we'll open it up to the board for any additional questions that they might have for you. Don't read too much into it one way or another. If folks do or do not have questions, sometimes everything's covered in your application. We do review those materials very carefully. But if there are additional things that board members want to ask about, we want to make sure that they have all the information needed to issue a recommendation to the governor. So once the board is done asking you any additional questions, you're welcome to sign off and leave the Zoom meeting. You do not need to hang out all afternoon. And then once we've heard from everyone, the board will meet in closed session to decide whether or not to recommend applications to the governor. You need a majority support of the board members present in order for your application to be forwarded to the governor, who will then make a final decision to grant or deny your application for a pardon. Either way, you'll hear from our office in about a month to a month and a half from today. So we know you've been patient even just to get to today, but please just be patient with us a little longer so that we can make those thorough recommendations to the governor. So we will call folks up in the order listed on the agenda, and our first applicant of the afternoon session is Daniel Riggs. Mr. Riggs, we're ready to turn it over to you.
All right, good morning or good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for taking time out of your day to speak to me about or hear my case. My name is Daniel Riggs. I was charged with escape criminal arrest in 2005 after I just turned 18. I left Huber that day with another inmate. He didn't want to return. I stupidly went along with it. I felt horrible the next day, turned myself back in. I got 2 weeks or more in lockdown. During that time, I went to see the judge. I was asked about waiving my rights without fully understanding the consequences of taking a felony. They gave me an additional 20 days on top of what I was already serving. Since then, I've made mistakes in my life, and I decided to change my life around by seeking therapy, self-counseling. I stopped drinking. I don't do drugs. I've worked for the same place of employment for the last 12 years. I'm the head of their IT department. I also manage all their online parts orders. I'm constantly current on my child support. I am a in-home caregiver to my father, who's got stage 4 prostate cancer. I volunteered doing car shows for Palmyra and Eagle. I volunteered during the tornado that hit Eagle in 2010. I helped pass out food and spent a few days cleaning up. And I take full responsibility for my mistakes and, the actions that I've caused. I believe I should receive a pardon because I'm not that same person I was back then. It has affected me from pursuing better employment, joining the military. I tried adopting my niece and nephew and was told I couldn't because of my felony. It's just made it difficult to find places to rent. And, I believe that I've paid my debt to society. I've had this felony for almost 20 years now. And, I just asked the governor and the pardon board to, see if they can help me out.
Thank you, Mr. Riggs. I'm going to open up to the board for questions, but I have one for you to get us started. I see that there are a couple of domestic abuse incidents on your record, one in 2009 and 2 in 2012. Could you tell us a little bit about what was going on there?
The one in 2009, that one, at the time, the person involved kept threatening to take my kids away, and they were choosing to use them against me. And my emotions just got to me, and I smacked her car window, and I was charged with disorderly domestic. The one in 2012, that one involved my wife. And we were just having an argument, and I grabbed her arms, her wrists, and her sister was involved. Same thing. Both of them have sent letters on my behalf to you guys. I don't know if you received them or not. And that's really when I stopped drinking. I changed my entire life around because I wasn't about to lose my family over my actions.
Thank you, Mr. Riggs. I'll open it up to the rest of the board. Any other questions? Judge Kremers.
I'm going to follow up on the 2021 non-criminal offenses, shining wild animals. What was that about?
That day is the day I found out my dad had a major stroke. And he had 2 more mini ones afterwards. And honestly, I thought he was going to die because they said things weren't looking good. So I was talking to my friend. He came and picked me up. He was like, we'll drive around, talk about, get your mind off of things. And I like looking at wildlife. So at the time, we were just shining deer and coyotes and whatever else. And we got stopped by the DNR. I was charged with shining wildlife, and then I got charged with shining wildlife and possession of a weapon because I didn't know he had his crossbow in the car.
So possessing it wasn't a firearm?
No, it was a crossbow.
Okay. Thank you.
Other questions for Mr. Riggs? None. All right. Thank you very much for your time this afternoon, Mr. Riggs. Hope that you enjoy the rest of your afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we'll hear from Gregory Elliott. Mr. Elliott, are you in the Zoom with us?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. I can't quite see you. While you're working on your camera, I'll just note that Judge Kremers is recusing himself from this case and has turned off his video for that purpose. If you can turn your video on though, Mr. Elliott, we are ready to hear from you.
Can you see me now?
We can.
Okay, my name is, hey, how are you guys doing? My name is Gregory Elliott. I'm 49. Back in 95, 96, I caught a drug case, and 95 I caught a drug case. In 96, I caught a possession of a firearm by a felon. I grew up in a rough neighborhood, no father, no mentor. So that's all I knew was the streets on what I was seeing at my doorstep. So I got into that lifestyle, and in a nutshell, that's what happened. I was just involved in that street lifestyle with that street mentality, and I take the blame for all my actions. And now, 2010, I got custody of all my 4 children. I'm a proud dad. They all graduated from school, went to college. When they was little, I maintained work. I picked up skills. I learned how to, I opened up me a used car business, and I learned real estate, and I flipped a couple houses to provide for my family. As they got older, I got into my trucking career. So now I drive trucks, and I'm just basically trying to further my career by getting my hazard and my tanker endorsement attached on to my CDL.
Thank you, Mr. Elliott. Were you finished? I'll open it up to questions from the board.
That's it in a nutshell.
Okay, sounds good. Let's see if the board members have any questions for you. Does anyone have questions for Mr. Elliott? Cindy?
Good afternoon, Mr. Elliott.
Thank you.
You had a misdemeanor battery in 2005. What were the details around that?
Me and my ex-wife got into it. I didn't know how to have a healthy relationship, you know. So, you know, we went through our trials and tribulations, and you know, that was it. You know, now, you know, we best of friends. You know, and that was that situation. Me and my ex-wife got into a altercation.
Okay. You know, you kind of glossed over the possession of a firearm by a felon, your 1996 case. I read the criminal complaint, and according to that, you actually pointed the gun at your then girlfriend's mother and told her you would blow her head off. Is that what happened?
Yeah, that's what they say happened, but it didn't actually happen like that. But you know, like I said, I take the blame for it. I was 19 and she was 30 or 31. The woman I was messing with at that particular time. So like I said, I didn't know how to have a healthy relationship already, and now I'm messing with an older woman. So, you know, we got into an altercation, and her mom came by, and well, actually, it was my house, and I was telling her that she needed to leave, and her mom came by to help her move out her stuff, and you know, I looked out the window, and I had words with her mom, and that's what happened. So it wasn't like, you know, I was out the window, 2-story window, never came downstairs, never, you know. So that's what happened, and the police came in and they got me, and you know, I don't want to seem like that I'm denying the art. I'm just saying me pointing the gun at her didn't happen. But you know, that's what I was found guilty for it, and you know, I take the blame, and that just is what it is. But like I said, I was 2 stories up.
Okay.
When
Okay. Just one more question, if I could, sir. You know, as part of the application process, applicants are encouraged to submit letters of recommendation from family, employers, community members in support of their application, and you didn't submit any letters. Can you tell us why not?
My sister and my niece actually they actually just recently sent in the letters, so I don't know if you guys received them or not. I really don't know, but
okay,
we can check on my niece and my sister sent in letters on my behalf.
Okay, we can check on that. Thank you, sir.
Any other questions from the board for Mr. Elliott? No? All right. Thank you for your time this afternoon, Mr. Elliott. Appreciate it, and hope that you enjoy the rest of your Friday.
Thank you, Mel.
Thank you. Next up, we have Wesley Cool. Mr. Cool.
Okay. Yes, my name is Wes Keel, or Wesley Keel. I go by the short name Wes. I just want to thank the Pardon Advisory Board for taking the time to have this hearing. And I also want to thank them for even coming to bat for me and getting some of the information that the county no longer had, and I thought that was going to be the end of it, but they actually went and was able to resolve the issue with Washington County and get whatever information was missing. So I appreciate that very much. I'm seeking a pardon for offenses that I committed back in 1973 and 1974. 4 felonies. One of them was breaking into a gas station in the wee hours of the morning with another fella and looking to steal some money and not finding any. We took a toolbox with a lot of tools. And I can't say I had, it was a very foolish decision on my part to even do that because I was living at home. It's not like I was destitute or anything like that or had no tools, but I did it. So that was one of them. And then another one was I had gotten wind that there was a family that lived, I believe it was in Hubertus, that were on vacation and that they were somewhat well off. And we thought maybe if we broke into their house, we could find some cash and some valuables. And so late that night, we broke a basement window and entered the home and stole a lockbox, which ultimately was empty, a TV, and I believe a shotgun. Again, no excuse for participating in that. It wasn't necessary and just made a bad choice, bad decision. Another one was on a Sunday afternoon, some friends that I had, they were happened to be girls, they wanted to hang out one Sunday afternoon, and I had done this before where I'd meet them at a bank and then we'd go do something, and I arrived at the bank and they were all excited about some vehicle driving in and using the night deposit box to drop off an envelope that had money in it, and it hadn't gone down the slot all the way, and one of the girls had a pretty skinny hand and she was able to stick her hand on there and bring out the envelope full of money. So we went off to a secure location and divvied up the money and burned all the checks. Again, no excuse for my actions in participating in that. And lastly, I had caught wind of a car dealership in Hartford that had gone bankrupt, and I didn't have a car at the time. And I thought maybe perhaps I could go there and steal a car and find the title and the keys and have a car. And so a friend of mine and myself, we went there one night, broke a window into the overhead garage door and went in and didn't find any keys or any titles for the vehicles, for the new vehicles that were there, but there happened to be a used Oldsmobile Cutlass in the shop with the keys in it, and so I stole that. And sometime later, when I sensed that the police were looking for the car, I didn't know how to ditch the car with all my fingerprints that were in it. I didn't think I'd be able to, let's say, erase them all, so I decided I would just burn the car. So I took it to a place where I could push it over a cliff and burn the vehicle. And so those are my 4 felonies. Since my incarceration, I was gainfully employed while I was on Huber Law for 6 months in Washington County. And I made full restitution at the time of my release. I had enrolled in a Bible college thereafter and spent 3 semesters there. And then upon graduating, I married my wife, May, who we've been married for 47 years. We have 2 biological girls and 1 special needs adopted son. I have 9 grandchildren. I've been employed my whole life, basically, except for probably 1 or 2 months where we had some, economic situations where, jobs are hard to come by. But basically, I've been employed my whole life. I was able to grow in each one of those work opportunities that I had. And I also attended some tech school. I took some tech school for welding as well as for refrigeration, air conditioning, as well as for, and got my GED. In 1993, I built my own home, and thereafter, we had adopted the special needs son. I became a volunteer at Stanley Correctional Institute in early 2000, or whenever the state had acquired that facility. And I have worked with Prison Fellowship and participated in workshops such as release preparation, victim impact, conflict resolution, and character building. I've always been involved in charitable work with respect to auto repairs, hanging drywall. And this past summer, there was a gal that came through our food pantry who was with her son, and he's fatherless. And I had heard that he had an interest in fishing. So I spent most of my summer taking him to the lake to go fishing. And he very much enjoyed that, and it really helped him with some man time. So I volunteer again at our food pantry. I'm also a blood donor. I retired from engineering in December 22. And upon my retirement, I realized there's countless opportunities to do volunteer work wherever it shows up, because I'm no longer having to work, at least at this point, no longer having to work. So my wife and I were foster parents for 7 years, and I was also involved in an after-school program with children for about approximately 20 years. So I'm looking for a pardon because it's been 49 years. Since my conviction. And I think my life demonstrates that I'm not the person I used to be. I've made full restitution, early release. Having a pardon would be a completion of my journey through our justice system. I view a pardon as a diploma or a degree, the highest final achievement, even though it's achievement I wish I never would have had to have pursued. I've lived under the stigma of being a felon. Though a pardon would not remove the stigma, it would give me this, but I have this. To any conversation or application that would scrutinize my past record. I have an interest in big brothers, big sisters. And again, I look at the application, there's the question. Have you ever been convicted of felony? If so, what? And I want to be able to add that, but I have this. I would like to show the men at Stanley Correctional Institute that a pardon is real and tangible because it's a catalyst for behavioral change. I appeal to the clemency aspect of our judicial system. It's where empathy and forgiveness grant a pardon to those who have fully reformed. There it
Thank
is.
you, Mr. Keel. That was incredibly thorough, so I don't know that we'll have any questions for you, but let me open it up to the board. Oh, Judge Kremers, yes.
Good afternoon, sir. I do have a question. If you know, and I know it's been 50 years or so since the crimes were committed, 51 years, but I noticed that you weren't charged for over a year from when they happened. Do you know why it took so long for the court system to charge you with these offenses?
I suspect that it was lacking evidence, for one thing, to be able to prove the state to prove its case, because I think in probably most of those cases it was loose lips sink ships, telling my friends what I'd done, and eventually one of them gets in trouble and they tell the county. I think that's probably part of it. But then when I saw the walls come crashing in, I just decided that I was going to come clean on everything. So all my sentencing, I believe, was done at one occurrence. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Any other questions for Mr. Keel? No. All right. Thank you very much for your time this afternoon, Mr. Keel, and for sharing your story with us. I hope that you enjoy the rest of your Friday and your weekend.
Thank you very much. And again, appreciation to the board for this hearing. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next applicant is Jason Wild Vasconcelos, who I believe, yes, here we are. We'll turn it over to you, sir.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Jason Vasconcelos, Jason Wild Vasconcelos. I want to say I stand before you with a heart full of gratitude and great remorse for my choices that I made. The felonies that I'm asking a pardon for is the first one in 1998. For several years in my teens and my early 20s, I was very lost, looking up to the wrong people, hanging out with all the wrong crowds, and I was the wrong crowd. I thought partying and my friends was the most important thing in life. I was very mistaken. I involved myself in daily partying, drinking, using drugs, and eventually in 1998 was arrested for felony possession of marijuana, receiving stolen property, and drug paraphernalia. I was sentenced to 90 days in jail and 4 years probation. Although a slight rocky probation, I did complete my sentence. But it wasn't shortly after that I thought I could reconnect with old friends and hang out with them and not indulge myself in the old habits. I was again mistaken. One thing led to another, and I was hanging out with the same friends, selling marijuana, and started drinking and using again. I ended up having a search warrant on my house for the second time, and I was arrested for felony possession of a firearm and party to a crime possession with intent. I made a huge mistake of bringing a firearm into my home, putting my family, my neighbors in danger. And although this arrest was very similar to my first arrest, this time was different because I had a daughter, and I broke her heart, and it broke my heart getting arrested knowing that I wasn't going to be with her anymore. Although it was, I'm very nervous. While I was awaiting sentence for this charge, I knew I had to change immediately and couldn't wait. I checked myself into a 3-month halfway house, which is the Exodus house, before my sentence. Once I completed that, I started my 2.5-year prison sentence, which devastated my mom, my family, and myself. I received the opportunity to go to the Challenge Incarceration Program, also known as boot camp, which on one hand was the best thing I went through in life and also one of the hardest things. While I was in prison, I completed my high school diploma. I graduated the boot camp program and had an amazing counselor there that set me up on a great path for my release. Once I was released, I immediately enrolled into a 3-month heavy equipment and truck driving school, which I completed and received certificates in all heavy equipment operations and my commercial driver's license, which I still maintain today. After that, I kind of struggled and thought I was going to get a truck driving job, but I couldn't. My record came up over and over again, even though I know truck driver companies hired felons. I ended up getting a job at one of the biggest tree services in the country, where they trained me to become an arborist. This was a blessing in disguise that I didn't know would further my future in starting my career path. Ever since then, to this day, I now have my own business and still an arborist of 11 years. A few years into my probation after my sentence, my probation agent suggested that I file a motion to go back in front of my sentencing judge to ask for early release, which I did. He agreed that I proved myself and was a changed person and granted me early discharge of supervision. Today I find fulfillment in my daily life, working on my business, giving back to the community, and being there for my 2 daughters, which I have an older 25-year-old daughter and 2 granddaughters and a 17-year-old who is going to graduate high school early, and I'm very excited about. I've taken significant steps for the last 20 years to complete all my sentences, graduate boot camp, get off probation early, and I have engaged in community service and pursued education. Receiving a pardon would greatly help me be more a part of my community. Right now, in the last few years, I've planted over 300 trees in my community. I've gotten a city contract for my city 8 years ago, which I still maintain today. I've taken trees down at the mayor's house. I volunteer my full tree services for Humane Society, for the local cemetery, and my local neighbors. I also do hope to join the fire department. This is not only something I've dreamed of doing since I've gotten my wildland certificate in firefighting, but I feel like it's a calling. I enjoy helping people, and I really think this is the best path for me to help people. Although I have a business and I'm an arborist, I don't think I can climb trees too much longer at my age. and just want to give back to the community and also join the community boards in my local community, and also show my family and my mom that I will continue to be a role model. I understand that this is a huge privilege, and I thank you all on the board and the governor for this opportunity, and I will continue to be a role model for the rest of my life and never forget the bad choices I made.
Thank you, Mr. Vasconcelos. Questions from the board? I think you covered everything. Thank you very much for your time this afternoon, sir. I hope you enjoy it. Oh, sorry, Judge Cremers does have one.
Sorry, I did have a question. In 2007, you were found in contempt for failure to support. Is that right?
No, I think that was just a paternity thing.
It was later. So yeah, there was a paternity action in 2007, but then did you get behind in payments in 2012 and 2013?
Yes, I might have with my older daughter, and that was all 100% paid and completed.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? All right. Thank you, Mr. Vasconcelos. Appreciate your time this afternoon and hope you have an enjoyable rest of your Friday.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Melinda Davis. Ms. Davis.
Hello, good evening to everyone on the pardon board. Excuse me, I'm a little nervous.
Take your time.
So just go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, okay. So my name is Melinda Davis, and in 2013, I was convicted of a charge of keeper of a drug house where drugs were found in my home. At the time, the reason for it being is just plain stupid. Stupid. Being in love with a guy, dealing with the wrong people at the time, not realizing what my actions were and what my involvement was, feeling that, well, it's just marijuana, it's just a little cocaine, it's not a big deal. Well, it's illegal in this state, and it was absolutely stupid on my behalf. I'm very embarrassed by it, but at the same time, that incident changed my entire life. It took me from a point to where I was able to look at myself. At that time, I was sentenced to 3 years incarceration. They put me in AODA and then earned release program. In the earned release program, to be honest, is where I was able to pretty much face yourself in the mirror, where you could turn around and look at yourself and say, what was my moral compass thinking? What was I doing? Why did I do that? Why do I allow this? So those particular ways and learns and methods that I learned in that particular program still shapes me to this day. I was earned release on a 10-month sentence, and I got out. I only did 10 months incarceration. I successfully completed probation. I successfully completed AODA. I did a graffiti cleanup. Then 2014, after I was released, I was employed with a community organization called Black Empire Magazine, which was an amazing job. At the time, I had such a hard time getting a job, having a felony on my record. Nobody wants to deal with you. Nobody. At the time, I didn't have a degree or anything. Nobody wanted. It was so hard. It was like, wow. But once I gained employment with Black Empire Magazine, with that community organization, what I was a general manager, and we helped individuals that come out of prison and on W-2 or public assistance get jobs with other big known companies. I won't name off on here, but we would help them get jobs with these companies, or at least learn the skill set in order to do the interviews to get the job. There felt really good because I was able to help people who had been through what I've been through, and to kind of give them hope to say, hey, look at me. Look at me. I actually have a decent job right now. Believe in yourself. You can get this job. It'll be good for you. It'll help reshape you. At the time then, watching the mistakes that I made, how it affected my oldest son, made me say to myself, never, never again. Never again would I ever make such a stupid decision, or thinking, hey, this is okay for you to go and do something. That's not right. It's just not right. From there on, I went back to school, got my degree in business administration. I loved it very much. At that particular time, the job I was currently working at, Black Empire Magazine, closed down and moved to Arizona. I did not want to leave my family, so I did not go. I was hit very hard with that because it was hard for me to get a job. I was hired at numerous companies, and coming from being an individual who was a general manager, an interview you can nail. So to get a job, and then when they run your background, you're turned down, it's devastating to you. So, that was very hard. And then I took a temp position with the current place that I'm working at now. I work for a company called Components Company, but in the process between leaving Black Empire Magazine and going to Components Company, I started my own business, an online brick and mortar store, beginning with eBay. Going into Components Company as a temp, just working out in the shop, never had a position like that, never worked in manufacturing or anything, actually is when my career began to take off. I was finally somewhere where they recognized me and thought I had good potential. It led me down a great path, which I am still employed to this day. I've been there 8 years. From there, I went from being a temp to moving over into logistics. From logistics, I then was promoted to operations manager. From operations manager, I was promoted to a purchasing agent. From purchasing agent, which is now my current position, I am now a master scheduler for the whole entire warehouse. As I maintained that position, I then went on to get my certification in supply chain management through ASCM, which is Association for Supply Chain Management. I'll say I absolutely love it. I love being somewhere that, I'm actually truthful with who I am myself, not being judged. They know everything. They can see the growth in me and not having to feel like, hey, you did this before. Because a lot of times when you have a pardon, it doesn't matter your education. It doesn't matter what your skill sets are. Once people see that on a piece of paper, it's a definitely shoot down from there. But going on into this, I also then now began the partnership with a relative of mine where we joined a franchise of a cleaning company. So currently right now, I maintain a full-time position and I also have a partnership of a cleaning company and a franchise. At the same time then, I was awarded a guardianship of my granddaughter at this time, and I was very shocked because I still had a felony on my record. And from meeting with the judge and everybody, they gave me guardianship of my baby girl, which she still is in my care right now. I love being a mom. And I feel that I should have a pardon because I am not the same individual that I was then. I am not this little young girl making dumb decisions where you don't see what you're doing is wrong. I would like to further my career on and take on something else, but then at the same time, I can admit that I'm afraid. I'm afraid because once I put that down on a piece of paper, I'm shot down. With the economy the way that it is in the market, I need to, provide a little bit more income for my household. And it's scared to venture off when you have that on your record because immediately you're judged. So I hope that I'm blessed with this pardon because I know that it's going to take my life and be a great example for my children and for anyone else that I could begin to work with to let them know that getting a pardon is real, as the other gentleman said. It is a real thing. And I think that's about it.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. Questions from the board? Noble? You're still muted, Noble. Sorry.
Okay, can you hear me? Okay. There are times when search warrants are executed and, in terms of someone's awareness of their involvement is really not clear. And it does indicate that the officers found, and I'm just trying to get a better sense of your understanding of what was going on and what was in the home. It states that there was marijuana, cocaine, counterfeit currency, and 9mm along with ammunition. How much of that were you aware of? How much of this were you involved in? Could you give me a better sense of that?
I was completely aware of everything. The 9mm at the time, I was going for my carry and conceal, and they tried to give that gun back when I was released, but I left it at the police station. I did not take it back. But yes, I was definitely aware of everything that was going on in the house. And for me, at that time, I'm thinking, hey, well, this is not mine. Yes, I was on drugs, doing marijuana, doing cocaine. I didn't think it was a big deal because it's, oh, well, it's not mine. You know, just wrongful thinking, just literally just stupid. You know, when you are under, and I'm just under the influence, literally, and your brain is not clicking right, you think if you're not doing something that you're not wrong, but in reality, I'm 100% wrong. I allowed this in my home with my children. I allowed this to come into my life. I allowed this to take me away from being a mother. And I'm, even to this day, I'm disgusted by it. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Cindy?
Good afternoon, Ms.
Hello.
Davis.
Hello.
In your application, you talk about that you're going back to school for business administration and hoping to complete a BA or an MBA. Is there any update on that?
Yes. So now that I've started the franchise, I wanted to go back now for a BA, but I don't want to take on too much right now. So now that I just started the franchise, I still have the online store where we do consulting as well, where we help individuals who wants to start off with just eBay, something like that. And then I work full time. So I'm a mom. I try to manage two things. I just didn't go back. I didn't want to accumulate any more financial debt. I already have an associate's degree, and I kind of lean back on that a little bit because I would prefer to do a bachelor's and a master's at the same time. It's just that I don't want to overload myself or accumulate any more, you know, financial aid debt.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions for Ms. Davis? No. All right. Thank you very much for your time, Ms. Davis. Appreciate you taking your afternoon with us and hope you enjoy the rest of your Friday.
You too. Thank you. Goodbye.
Thank you. Next up, we have Gerald Sternad. Who I don't know that I've seen in the Zoom. Although is it...
Oh, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, absolutely. We can't see you yet.
I think I'm doing this right. Are you still there?
Yes, we can hear you. And it looks like you're trying to turn on your video, but we don't see you quite yet.
Yeah, I'm not sure how to get this on.
We'll try sending you a prompt. Oh, there we go.
All right, here we are. All right, I'm Gerald Sternad. Back in January 20th of 2005, I can still remember this pretty clearly. I was laying in my bed, and my brother came in my bedroom with this great idea of cutting a hole in the roof of a pharmacy in our local community here in Luxembourg. And you know, it took him about 15 minutes before I agreed to going with him, and we ended up doing it. And you know, I don't even know really what to say about it. You know, I'm truly remorseful for it, you know. And you know, over the years, you know, I was sentenced originally to, pretty sure it was 6 months county time, 3 years probation. And while I was on Huber, I couldn't figure it out. You know, I came back, you know, you guys have a copy of this. I believe I was caught with Tylenol PM on my bunk. Then I failed the UA. Then I came back drunk, and I ended up revoking myself. I had two options: either go down to Milwaukee for an AODA and or revoke myself and go to prison. And I ended up revoking myself. You know, I thought I stand a better chance to go to prison, I guess. And when I got to prison, you know, I immediately got into programs. I got my GED while incarcerated. I completed an AODA program in Chippewa Falls, which I was granted 75% at that time to get out of, you know, prison early. And when I got out of prison, I had a job within a week. I don't even think it took a week. before I was working back at my old employer, he was actually shocked when I called him, and he said, "Yes, when can you start?" And I guess since I've been out of prison, it took me a couple years. I was out of prison. I was sober for probably 6 months before I started drinking again. And once I started drinking, it kind of got a little out of control, and I shortly after getting out of prison, actually not shortly after, but in 10 October 9th of 2010, I got married. And we're still married. We just celebrated 14 years Wednesday. And we were trying to have children prior to being married. And my wife ended up having a couple miscarriages, and she had a DNC. I believe that's the term for it. And she was prescribed to Vicodin. And I woke up hungover, and I took a couple Vicodin, and I was instantly hooked back on pain medication, pain pills. And, shortly after 12, we had our first child after a few miscarriages. And, being raised the way I was raised, I always said I would never raise my children the way I was raised. And I started doing that with my daughter for her first 9 months of her life. And on 8/23 of 2013, well, actually 8/22 of 2013, I drove myself to Chippewa Falls into Libertas and signed myself into an inpatient program. And, over the course of years, I was trying to get sober a few times. I've been in and out of AODA since that occurrence with, that burglary felony charge that I got in 2005. And I was doing it for the wrong reasons. I was doing it for the judge, the DA, the PO, until 8/23 of 2013, when I woke up that morning and realized I need to get sober for myself. And I have been sober, 100% clean and sober ever since that day. I just celebrated 11 years of sobriety on the 23rd of August. Things that I've done since, in between, since I've sobered up. I help out, volunteer. I go to AA meetings weekly. I volunteer to speak at meetings, with field trips through daycare, through school, the ones that I can go to. I volunteered a lot of my time. And, with both my children, I have an 11-year-old daughter now, 8-year-old son. Neither of them have seen me under the influence, which I am truly, truly grateful for. And, I'm able to help out with their assisting of coaching during baseball, softball, not so much basketball. I don't know much about basketball. And the same with the wrestling. I help out if and when I can. But, I donate any extra time I have to friends, to the community. Here's a couple little side notes that truly humbled me this summer. With my son, we were able to take first place in his baseball tournament. My daughter, we ended up taking second place. And after the game before the championship game for softball this last summer, I went up to my Huber officer when I was arrested, and I was a pain in his ass, pardon my French. And I apologized to him. I shook his hand, and he turned around and thanked me for coaching his daughter. And another thing is the arresting officer, in my case, I am able to help his son work on his race car in the pits. I'm actually going there tonight. I'll be with him tomorrow night. And that right there just truly humbles a person. I'm getting choked up a little bit here right now, but I can't explain the feeling that I get when I'm in the pits. And he doesn't judge me. He knows I've changed. And even, the owner of the pharmacy, I met with her back in February of 23, I believe. I had a meeting with her when I started this whole pardon process. And, you know, I didn't go in there looking for, you know, acceptance of me or her open to my apology. You know, I just wanted to let her know, be upfront and tell her that, you know, I want to try to get a pardon. And her exact words were, you guys were just kids. You know, people deserve a second chance. And, you know, again, I was humbled again that day. And here's a funny side note. The first time I went to that pharmacy, after I cut a hole in the roof of it, the owner was the one that helped me. And she made a comment that, I'm glad to see you use the window this time instead of the roof. And we both kind of looked at each other, and, you know, it was at that time I knew I was becoming a different person and changing and things like that. And, you know, I've been at the same employer. November 12th, I'll be there for 16 years. So since, you know, 2005, I've had 2 different jobs. You know, I truly believe I did a complete 180 of my life from back then to who I am now, you know. And the biggest reason I want a pardon is, you know, the judgment. And I don't really get judged anymore, but, you know, a few years back, you're, oh, there's that damn Sternad kid, you know, what is he up to now? But that's kind of went away because of the things I have done, you know, with the youth coaching and how involved I am with the community, you know, the cops that I used to be a pain in their asses. Now I can go up to them, talk to them, shake their hands, apologize to them, you know. And I would be honored to be able to leave the country to go see other cultures. You know, my biggest dream vacation would be going to Australia. I don't know why, but I'm unable to do that right now, you know, without being able to get a passport to leave the country, you know, and possibly a different career. You know, I truly was born and raised a blue collar worker, but also I just turned 40, you know, 40 ain't that old, but it's fairly old. I turn 50, it's going to be hard to find a different career if I do decide to change careers where I'm unable to perform doing the blue collar work, you know. And it's kind of tough to get a different good job, you know, being a felon.
Mr. Sternad, I don't want to cut you off, but I want to make sure we get to any questions the board has. So if you could just wrap it up in the next 30 seconds or so.
Yeah, that's pretty much covers it. I was going to say that in the beginning. I can be kind of long-winded.
That's all right. I think it was a very thorough explanation. It was helpful, but let's see if we have any questions for you. Board members? Cindy?
Just a clarification, 40 is very young. That's just all I want to say.
For the
Thank you.
record, yes. Yeah. Anyone else have a question for Mr. Sternad? No. Okay. I think that covered it then. Thank you very much for your time this afternoon, Mr. Sternad, and hope you enjoy the rest of your Friday and your weekend.
You also. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up, we have Tiara Jones. Ms. Jones, is that you on the phone? Okay, we will come back to Ms. Jones if we're able to get her connected in the Zoom. Oh, is that you, Ms. Jones?
Yes, this is me, Ms. Jones, yes.
Perfect. Okay, we'll turn it over to you then.
Yes, my name is Ms. Jones, Tiara. I caught a case in 1999 and 2000 for uttering and forgery. It was, you know, we got hold to a woman's checkbook, and me not knowing, we wrote checks and stuff like that around Christmas time. And as far as that, it was in 99 and 2000.
Ms. Jones, could you speak up a little? We're having a little trouble hearing you.
Yeah, I had caught a charge in 99 and 2000 for uttering and forgery. Wrote bad checks, and it was someone else's bad checks, and I wrote a couple of checks in that person's name checkbook. And since then, I'm truly sorry for, doing that to that lady, causing her any harm or anything harmful regarding to her. And since then, I've been working in a personal care worker for almost like over 20 years. I'm currently employed, been employed for 7 years doing caregiving for a healthcare agency. And I volunteer my time, like giving back to school backpacks and things in that nature. And I'm a basketball mom. I always help out, giving rides to the other teammates if their mom or their parents in that nature can't provide rides for their children at the time. So I volunteer and do things like that for the kids. And I'm asking for a pardon because I would like to further my education in the healthcare field, become an LPN or a registered nurse.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. I just want to open it up for questions from the board. Does anyone have a question? No? All right, then I think that covers it, Ms. Jones. Thank you very much for your time this afternoon and hope you enjoy the rest of your Friday.
Okay, thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Next up, we have William Vulgan. Mr. Vulgan. All right, I do not see him in the Zoom. We will come back to him if necessary. Damien Nichols. Mr. Nichols, I know I saw you.
Yes, I'm here.
Excellent, we can hear you. We can't see you. Are you able to turn your video on?
Yes.
There we go. Excellent, we'll turn it over to you.
Okay, my name is Damien Nichols. I committed party to a crime in 1997. I was 18 years old. I was completely reckless when I did it. There was a lot of things that happened that shouldn't have happened. I was young. I was trying to seek and find easy money. I figured that was the way to go, but I was absolutely wrong. I'm completely sorry for the victims, I'm completely sorry to them. Since then, I've gotten into other trouble, but nothing as major as that. I haven't caught another felony or anything like that. Since then, again, I have became a foster parent. I had many different jobs. I finally just got into the operating engineering union. Before that, I was in the labor union. I worked for MG&E, Madison Gas and Electric. So I provide everyone with gas, electric, fiber. I've learned a whole lot in my last 27 years of being a felon. Yes, it is hard to try to find additional jobs, but being that I am union, it's a whole lot easier, and I appreciate the union and everything they've done for me. I would like to, I know it's Friday and everybody's trying to get out of here, so I'm not going to be long. I would like to have a pardon just so I can do the simple things like everybody else without being judged because of my past felonies. I haven't had anything that has stopped me from trying to become a better person. And the influences have been my mother, my father, my kids, even my ex-wives, people I'm around, all inspire me to just be a better person. I'm asking for a pardon because I want to be able to prove to both my parents are passed, but prove to them, regardless if they're watching, I've always been a good guy, and I'm not going to change that. That's it for me.
Thank you, Mr. Nichols. Board members, questions for Mr. Nichols? Judge Kremers.
I can't hear you.
If we can just get him unmuted here. There we are.
Okay. So what happened in this year in Walworth County with the restraining order? What was that about?
That was my ex-wife, or about to be my ex-wife. She accused me of something I've never done, and she was just trying to get me out of the house so she could take possession of the house. She hasn't lived in that house with me for the last year and a half. I've been taking care of my kids for the last 2 years by myself without her. So,
But she got a restraining order against you for 4 years.
yes. And there was nothing brought up. I was never charged with anything. I never did anything to her. She just went to the court and blatantly lied. I haven't did anything to her prior.
Was she the victim in 2009, the disorderly conduct domestic abuse conviction?
Yes. She called the police on me for getting into it with her. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Cindy?
Yeah, good afternoon, Mr. Nichols.
Hello.
As part of the application process, applicants are strongly encouraged to submit letters of support from employers or family or friends, and you didn't submit any letters. Can you tell us why not?
I didn't, I guess, read further into that. I figured with all the background that I have, all the stuff that I've already accomplished, that I sent in, that would have been enough without any additional any additional notes such as people wanting to. I mean, I can go inside right now because I just got off work to all my bosses, and they'll tell you I'm a great person. I didn't know I needed that. I'm sorry.
Well, it's not required, but it was just encouraged as part of the application process, so.
Okay. Well, I did talk to Mr. Ebers. I also talked to, I talked to Mr. Ebers about the pardon process prior to this.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions for Mr. Nichols? No? All right. Thank you very much for your time this afternoon, Mr. Nichols. Hope you enjoy your Friday and your weekend.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. And then I believe we've got Mr. Vulgan now. Hopefully we've gotten tech issues sorted out. So Mr. Vulgan, we're ready to hear from you. If you can unmute and turn on your camera.
Okay, can you hear me?
Perfect. Yes, thank you.
Okay. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm seeking a pardon on 4 felony offenses from quite a while ago. I didn't have a proper upbringing. I never had a father. My mother was killed when I was 11. I was adopted, which was physical and mentally abusive. I went from a family member to another. I was in and out of foster homes. The day I turned 18, I flat out didn't care anymore about anyone, anything, including myself. I fell in with the wrong crowd, which resulted in a crime spree. I truly regret what I did, the people I hurt, how my actions impacted their lives. Regardless of the outcome of this hearing, that will always stay with me. Upon my final release, I gave myself 2 priorities. One was getting a decent job, and the second one was to stay out of trouble, which obviously was difficult for me to do. I since accomplished both. I married my wife in 1999. She had 4 children from a previous marriage, and we had 1 child of our own. In the community, at an elementary level, I assisted the police department with bicycle safety. I volunteered with Park and Rec as a head coach in youth baseball. I assisted both Cub Scouts and Boy Scouts in various events and activities. I started 2 neighborhood block watches. I chaperoned many field trips at all grade levels and also ushered many events at schools and as well as church. I've been a law-abiding citizen now for over 30 years. I've been employed with the same company for 30 years. I'm looking for closure, all my rights restored. A pardon would tell me, my family and friends, as well as the community, that I've been officially acknowledged that I am on the right track. that I am and will continue to be a law-abiding member of society and looking to eliminate the association of criminal behavior. I'm asking the state of Wisconsin for forgiveness. I believe I lost you.
Sorry, no, I was just muted.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Vulgan. Do we have any questions from the board? Cindy?
Good afternoon, Mr. Vulgan. You heard me ask probably the previous candidate, but the same applies here. You did not submit any letters of support for your application, although that's strongly encouraged as part of the application process. Can you tell us why not?
Yes, I understand that. I could have gotten letters of recommendation from my wife, my kids, my stepchildren, family, even some neighbors, and as well as my company that I've been with. I guess I probably should have, but I didn't think it was necessary because of my record over the last 35 years, which has been phenomenal. Raising a family, building my own home, and I guess that's I guess that would be my letter of recommendation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Vulgan? No. All right. Thank you very much for your time this afternoon, Mr. Vulgan. Hope you enjoy the rest of your day and have a great weekend.
You too. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that was our last applicant of the day today. So at this point, I will entertain a motion to move the board into closed session for pursuant to Wisconsin statute section 19.85 sub 1A, D, and F for purposes of deliberations concerning cases before the board, for purposes of considering specific applications and considering financial, medical, social, or personal histories of specific persons. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Judge Kramer, second.
Second.
Cindy, all in favor? Aye. All opposed? All right, with that, we will move into closed session and I'll ask board members